sleeping stories. They are the masters of the voice. Welcome to the secret history of the Greybeards.
In the frozen heights, where mortals fear to tread, 7 masters guard a power that once shattered empires. Tonight we climb into the forgotten history of those who weaponize their very breath. This is the untold chronicle of the Greybeards, before the Dragonborn walked the 7,000 steps, before Alduin returned to devour the world, before even the ancient blades remembered why they once served dragons. There existed a silence so profound it could break mountains. High Hrothgar stands not merely as a monastery carved into stone, but as a living tomb of secrets that Skyrim itself has tried to forget. The wind that howls through its halls carries voices from an age when speaking a single word could tear reality apart at its seams. Most pilgrims who climb those brutal steps believe they understand the Greybeards. They see old men in robes who have taken vows of silence, monks who meditate on the nature of the voice, while the world below burns with civil war and dragon fire. They imagine peaceful scholars preserving ancient wisdom, keepers of a mystical tradition that teaches discipline and restraint. They could not be more dangerously wrong. The truth buried in those stone walls speaks of blood and madness, of warriors who learned to kill gods with their throats, of a power so intoxicating that it turned liberators into tyrants within a single generation. The Greybeards are not teachers of an ancient art. They are jailers guarding a weapon that nearly destroyed all of mortal civilization. Their silence is not meditation. It is the desperate restraint of men who know that opening their mouths could accidentally obliterate everyone within 100 miles. Skyrim remembers the Dragon War in songs and sagas, tales of brave warriors rising up against reptilian overlords who demanded worship and tribute. Every Nord child grows up, hearing how their ancestors learned the voice from the dragons themselves and then turned that power against their masters. They celebrate this victory in mead halls and battle songs, proud that mortal courage and cunning defeated beings who had ruled for thousands of years. But the songs always end too soon. They stop at the moment of triumph, when the last dragon priests fell and the scaled tyrants retreated to their mountain lairs. The songs do not tell what came after. They do not speak of the 50 years that followed the Dragon War, when Skyrim nearly tore itself apart from within. They gloss over the era when the greatest threat to Nordic survival was not dragons or elves or any external enemy, but the very warriors who had saved them from tyranny. The bards skip past the decades when every valley and hold lived in terror not of winged beasts descending from the sky, but of human voices that could flatten cities with a whispered word. High Hrothgar was not built as a place of learning. It was constructed as a fortress of last resort, a final sanctuary for men who had seen what the voice could do to the human soul and had chosen something far more difficult than mastering power. They chose to unlearn it. They climbed above the tree line, above the reach of civilization, and they began the agonizing work of teaching themselves to remain silent, even as their throats burned with the ability to reshape the world. The mountain itself bears scars that predate the monastery by centuries. Strange formations of stone that twist in geometrically impossible angles, areas where snow falls upward instead of down, regions where compasses spin wildly and sound behaves in ways that violate natural law. These are not natural phenomena. They are wounds carved into the landscape by the conflicts of an age when humans first discovered they could wield the same power as gods and immediately proved themselves catastrophically unworthy of it. What the Greybeards guard is not merely knowledge of shouts and words of power. Libraries across Tamriel contain such information, dusty tomes written by scholars who catalog the various effects of different Thuum combinations. What they protect is something far more dangerous and far more necessary. They preserve the memory of why the voice must never again be used the way it was in those blood-soaked years after the dragons fell. They carry within themselves the living example of what true mastery looks like, and it looks nothing like strength. Every word they speak, even in private, even in whispers among themselves, carries the weight of absolute intention. They have trained themselves to be incapable of casual speech, because for them there is no such thing. When a Greybeard says the word for fire, reality itself shivers and considers igniting everything within earshot. When they name the wind, storms gather over the throat of the world whether they will it or not. Their very existence is a constant meditation, an endless practice of holding back forces that want nothing more than to burst free and demonstrate their terrible beauty. The youngest among them has not spoken a full sentence aloud in 30 years. The eldest has not raised his voice above a whisper in more than a century. They communicate through gestures, through written words, through long silences that somehow convey more meaning than any speech. Visitors who meet them often mistake their restraint for weakness, their silence for simplicity. They see old men who have retreated from the world and assume they are hiding from its challenges. They do not understand that these masters could level cities with a cough and choose instead to perfect the art of breathing quietly. The history of how they came to be, how Nordic culture transformed from celebrating Thu'um masters to isolating them on frozen peaks, is a tale written in ash and agony. It is a story of how quickly liberation can curdle into oppression, how absolute power corrupts even the most noble intentions, and how sometimes the greatest strength lies in choosing never to demonstrate your capabilities. It is the secret history of the Greybeards. And it begins not with peace, but with the day the dragons taught mortals to speak in their tongue, completely unaware they were handing weapons to slaves who would one day use those very words to bring heaven crashing down. The cosmos itself was born from speech, from the moment when primordial forces gave name to nothing and transformed it into something. Before there were mountains or seas, before light had learned to distinguish itself from darkness, there existed only the infinite potential of the Arubis, that vast expanse where possibilities swirled without form or purpose. Then came the Aedra and their divine counterparts, beings of such immense power that their very thoughts could sculpt matter from void, and they began the work of creation through the most fundamental act imaginable. They spoke. Each word, uttered by these cosmic architects, carried within it the complete essence of what it described. When they named water, they did not simply assign a label to an existing substance. They called water into being, defining its properties through vocalization, establishing through sound alone how it would flow and freeze and evaporate and sustain life. When they declared the existence of stone, mountains erupted from flatness because reality itself had no choice but to comply with the authority embedded in divine speech. This was not magic in the way mortals would later understand it, not a manipulation of existing forces through ritual and reagent. This was the literal coding of existence, the programming of the universe through syllables that contained their own truth. The dragons emerged from this primordial creation as something unique among all the races and creatures that would populate Nirn, while elves and men and beasts would develop languages as tools for communication, symbolic systems that referenced reality without directly affecting it. Dragons possessed something altogether different. Their speech was not symbolic. It was not representation. When a dragon spoke the word for fire, it did not describe combustion or reference the concept of burning. The word and the phenomenon were identical, inseparable, two aspects of the same fundamental reality. This made dragons more than simply powerful creatures. It made them living extensions of the creative force that had assembled the world. Their language, what would later be called the Thoim, or the voice, operated on the same metaphysical principles that the Adra had employed during the dawn of time. A dragon saying that something should burn was functionally identical to reality, deciding that combustion would occur. There was no intermediary step, no conversion of intent into effect. The speaking was the doing, and resistance to this truth was as impossible as resisting gravity or time. Mortals who would later study the voice struggled endlessly to comprehend this fundamental property. Mages accustomed to manipulating magicka through complex gestures and prepared reagents found themselves baffled by a power that required no magical energy whatsoever. A Thoim master could be completely depleted of magicka, could be standing in a null magic zone where no spell could function, and still shout with full devastating effect because the voice did not draw on magicka at all. It drew on something far more primal, the same force that held atoms together and kept stars burning, the underlying structure of reality itself responding to its own fundamental language being spoken aloud. The theological implications of this property kept philosophers and priests arguing for millennia. If dragon speech could alter reality through vocalization alone, did this mean that dragons themselves were divine? Were they fragments of the Adra given physical form, pieces of creation that had somehow become self-aware and mobile? Or were they something else entirely, beings that existed in the space between mortal and divine, possessed of godlike power but trapped within finite physical forms that could be wounded and killed? Dragons themselves seemed unconcerned with such questions. They existed, they flew, they hunted, and they spoke reality into compliance with their desires. Philosophy was a mortal preoccupation, the anxious questioning of beings who lacked certainty about their place in the cosmos. Dragons had no such doubts. They were apex predators, not just of the physical world, but of existence itself. Creatures who could reshape their environment with breath alone, and they saw no reason to justify or explain their dominance. When Alduin, the World Eater, first began teaching mortals the Thoim, he did not do so out of generosity or any desire to uplift the primitive humans struggling to survive in Skyrim's harsh climate. He did it because he recognized that mortals possessed vocal cords, that they could theoretically produce the sounds of dragon language even if they could not naturally access its reality-warping properties. With training, with years of practice in pronunciation and intent, humans could learn to speak words that functioned the same way dragon speech did, not with the same effortless power, not with the same instinctive mastery, but enough to be useful. The early Nordic people who received this training had no framework for understanding what they were really being taught. They knew only that certain words, when shouted with particular inflections and sufficient force of will, produced effects that seemed magical but operated under different rules than the spells their shaman worked. A warrior who learned the word for push could send enemies flying backward without touching them. One who mastered the word for ethereal could become temporarily incorporeal, passing through solid matter like morning mist. These abilities seemed like gifts from the divine beings they had been taught to worship, blessings bestowed upon faithful servants. They did not understand that they were being turned into tools, into extensions of dragon will deployed against threats and enemies that the dragons themselves found too tedious to deal with personally. Teaching mortals, the voice served multiple purposes for the dragon overlords. It created a class of enhanced warriors who could enforce dragon law among their own kind far more efficiently than dragons could through direct intervention. It established a hierarchy among mortals based on Thoim mastery, with those closest to dragon speech patterns gaining status and authority. Most importantly, it gave mortals just enough power to believe they were valued, that they mattered to their scaled masters, while keeping them utterly dependent on dragon instruction for advancement. The metaphysical mechanics of how humans could speak dragon language at all remained mysterious even to those who mastered it. Dragons possess specialized organs, resonating chambers in their chests and throats that allowed them to produce the necessary sounds with perfect clarity. Human anatomy lacked these structures entirely. Yet through force of will and years of training, human tongues learned to approximate the sounds closely enough that reality responded. It was as if existence itself had been programmed to accept input from any sufficiently accurate source, regardless of whether that source possessed the proper biological equipment. Some scholars theorized that Kine, the Nordic goddess of the storm and sky, had altered human throats specifically to allow Thormuse, that she had rewritten some fundamental aspect of mortal physiology to give her chosen people a weapon against dragon tyranny. Others argued that the potential had always existed within mortal speech, that language itself was inherently connected to creation, and dragons had simply discovered this connection first. Still others suggested darker possibilities, that speaking the dragon tongue literally transformed human vocal cords into something else, something that was no longer entirely mortal, and that this transformation accumulated over time until veteran tongues became more dragon than human, in ways that went beyond simple physical changes. What remained undeniable was that the voice represented a complete violation of the natural order as mortals understood it. In every other arena, dragons possessed overwhelming advantages. They were larger, stronger, more durable, capable of flight, able to breathe fire or frost with no more effort than exhaling. They lived for thousands of years, while humans aged and died within decades. They healed from wounds that would kill any mortal, regenerating damaged scales and broken bones through sheer vitality. In every measurable way, dragons were superior creatures operating on an entirely different scale of power. The voice was the single exception, the one domain where the gulf between dragon and mortal could theoretically be bridged. A human who devoted their entire life to Thome mastery might eventually achieve something approaching dragon-level proficiency in reality manipulation through speech. Not equal to even a young dragon. Never that. But close enough to matter, close enough to be dangerous. And once that realization took hold among the Nordic people, once they understood that the very language their masters had taught them could be turned against those masters, everything changed. The seeds of rebellion were planted not in battlefield defeats or in any single moment of cruelty, but in the slow dawning awareness that dragon dominance was not absolutely inevitable. The voice proved that mortal throats could reshape reality just as dragon throats could. If words of power could move mountains and calm storms, then surely those same words could pierce dragon scales and break dragon wings. The tool of enslavement could become the weapon of liberation. All it required was the courage to turn divine language against the divine beings who had shared it, and the willingness to face the consequences of that ultimate blasphemy. The dragon cult that emerged from Alduin's rule over Skyrim was not merely a religious organization or a system of worship. It was a complete restructuring of Nordic society into a form that served dragon interests with absolute efficiency. Every aspect of life, from birth to death, from daily labor to seasonal festivals, revolved around appeasing and serving the scaled masters who claimed dominion over the frozen north. To be born in Skyrim during this era was to be born into slavery so complete that most never even recognized it as such. The dragon priests stood at the apex of this system. Humans who had been elevated above their fellows through a combination of Thu'um mastery and religious authority. These were not reluctant collaborators forced into service through threats. They were true believers, individuals who genuinely viewed dragons as superior beings, deserving of absolute obedience and reverence. They had gazed upon the raw power of dragonkind, had witnessed scales that turned away steel and breath that could melt stone, and had concluded that such beings could only be emissaries of the divine, fragments of immortal power made manifest in the mortal realm. Each dragon priest ruled over vast territories, entire holds or regions where their word was absolute law. They built temples that doubled as fortresses. Massive stone structures designed to accommodate both worship and administration. Inside these temples, priests conducted rituals that reinforced dragon dominance through symbolic and supernatural means. They offered sacrifices. They led prayers in the dragon tongue. They maintained complex systems of tribute that ensured a steady flow of resources from mortal communities to dragon lairs. The temples became centers of power that exceeded anything the scattered Nordic jarls could match. The dragon priests themselves wore masks of precious metal, each one enchanted with powers that enhanced their Thuum abilities and granted them near immortality as long as they remained in service to their dragon masters. These masks became symbols of ultimate authority, objects of terror and reverence that could silence an entire crowd simply by being present. When a dragon priest entered a village, wearing that eternal face of gold or silver or urisalcum, every head bowed, not just out of respect, but out of genuine fear of what might happen if they failed to demonstrate proper submission. The system these priests maintained was brutally efficient in extracting value from the mortal population, while keeping them just comfortable enough to avoid constant rebellion. Villages were required to provide regular tributes of food, materials, and labor, but not so much that communities collapsed under the strain. Young men and women showing promise in combat or leadership were taken to the temples for training, either becoming future dragon priests themselves or serving as enforcers who could deploy the voice against their own people if necessary. This created a self-perpetuating cycle where the most capable individuals were constantly absorbed into the system of oppression, preventing any organic leadership from emerging among the common folk. Dragon worship permeated language itself during this era. The very structure of how Nords spoke began to change, incorporating more and more draconic words and phrases into everyday communication. To speak purely in the old Nordic tongue became a subtle act of defiance, a way of asserting that mortal life had value and meaning independent of dragon approval. Most people lacked even this small form of resistance. They named their children with dragon-approved names. They marked their homes with draconic symbols meant to invoke protection or blessing. They organized their entire understanding of the world around the principle that dragons were the rightful rulers of all things, and mortal purpose consisted entirely of service. The psychological dimensions of this enslavement ran deeper than any chains could reach. When you raised multiple generations within a system that presented dragon dominance as natural law, as the proper order of the cosmos itself, most people never even conceived that alternative arrangements might be possible. Dragons had always ruled. Dragons would always rule. To imagine otherwise was not just treasonous but literally incomprehensible, like trying to imagine water flowing upward or fire burning cold. The cult did not merely control bodies and labor, it controlled imagination itself. Yet, beneath this seemingly total dominance, tensions simmered that the dragon priests could never entirely suppress. The very fact that mortals could learn the voice created an inherent contradiction in the system. If humans could speak dragon language and reshape reality through sound, then what exactly made dragons superior? The cult had answers, Of course, theological explanations about how dragons were fragments of Akatosh given physical form, how their power came from divine right rather than mere ability. But these explanations satisfied the mind less effectively than they might have if mortal tongues had not been able to demonstrate powers that seemed functionally identical to dragon abilities. The structure of the cult also created its own vulnerabilities. By concentrating Thu'um training among dragon priests and their chosen warriors, the system created individuals with the capability to challenge dragon rule, even as it bound them through ideology and reward systems to support that rule. A dragon priest possessed enough power to potentially kill a dragon, at least a younger or weakened one. The fact that they chose not to exercise this power, that they directed their abilities toward maintaining dragon dominance rather than challenging it, represented a choice rather than an inevitability, and choices could change. The cracks began appearing gradually, so slowly that neither dragons nor their priest servants recognized the danger. A village that provided tribute, but with increasing reluctance, requiring more threats and less gentle persuasion. A young tongue who learned the required shouts, but asked uncomfortable questions about why these powers should be used only as dragons commanded. Small acts of defiance, individual moments of doubt, scattered instances of resistance that seemed too insignificant to warrant serious attention. The dragons had ruled for millennia. They had weathered storms and ages. What threat could a handful of dissatisfied mortals possibly represent? The answer to that question would reshape Skyrim forever, but not before the land bled for decades. The collapse of the dragon cult did not come through enlightenment or peaceful reformation. It came through violence so extreme that the landscape itself still bears the scars, through a war that proved mortals could indeed kill gods if they were willing to pay the price in blood and madness. The seeds of that war were planted in every temple where humans learned dragon words, in every demonstration of power that proved mortal throats could reshape reality, in every moment when a dragon priest commanded obedience through the voice, and showed their followers exactly how much power a human could wield if they chose to turn it against their masters instead of their fellow servants. The Dragon War began not with a battle, but with a single defiant shout that echoed across the Gerald Mountains and announced to every dragon and every mortal that the age of submission had ended. What followed would make the term war seem inadequate. A pale description of the cosmic violence that erupted when slaves who had learned to speak like gods finally decided to claim their freedom by any means necessary. The first blow of the Dragon War was not struck in some grand battle between massed armies, but in a moment of individual defiance so pure it could not be undone or apologized away. Somewhere in the holds, the name lost to history, but the act forever seared into cultural memory, a mortal tongue stood before a dragon and refused to kneel. When the dragon opened its jaws to incinerate this insolent insect, the human opened theirs as well and spoke the word for force with such conviction that reality itself sided with the mortal. The dragon, a creature that had lived for centuries and terrorized generations, was torn from the sky and broken against stone by nothing more than a human voice wrapped in absolute certainty. That moment rewrote what every Nordic warrior believed possible. The dragons were not invincible. Their scales could be pierced. Their bones could be shattered, their breath could be turned aside, all by mortals who had learned the same language of power that dragons wielded as birthright. The theological implications were staggering, the complete inversion of everything the dragon cult had taught. If mortals could kill dragons through skill rather than divine intervention, then perhaps dragons were not gods at all but simply very powerful beasts, and beasts could be hunted. The rebellion spread like fire through dry tinder, faster than the dragon priests could contain or suppress it. In every hold, warriors who had been trained in the voice specifically to enforce dragon rule suddenly turned those abilities against their former masters. Dragon priests found their own students challenging them, temple guards defecting with knowledge of when and where dragons would be vulnerable, entire communities rising up despite knowing the terrible retaliation that awaited failure. The risk of continuing to submit had finally exceeded the risk of rebellion, and once that threshold was crossed, there could be no negotiated peace. The early campaigns of the Dragon War were chaotic slaughters where neither side held clear advantage. Dragons possessed overwhelming individual power, capable of razing entire villages in minutes, but they were few in number and could not be everywhere at once. Mortals had numbers, and the element of surprise, the sudden revelation that they could hurt beings they had worshipped as untouchable. But they lacked coordination and were fighting creatures with millennia of combat experience. Battles became horrific experiments in new forms of violence, testing the limits of what the voice could accomplish against scales and fire. Human tongues learned to work in coordinated groups. Multiple warriors simultaneously shouting different words of power to create effects that no single voice could achieve. 3 tongues shouting variations of force in sequence could create a sustained pressure wave that even dragon wings could not fly against, driving the creatures toward the ground where conventional weapons might reach vital areas. 2 tongues alternating between shouts could maintain an effect continuously, one recovering breath while the other vocalized, creating sustained attacks that dragons accustomed to brief mortal threats found difficult to counter. The strategic thinking evolved rapidly under the pressure of survival. Dragons hunted by circling high above their prey, using superior altitude and vision to pick targets before diving in devastating strafing runs. Human tongues learned to set ambushes in narrow valleys where dragons could not maneuver effectively, or near cliff faces where a well-timed shout could smash a dragon against stone before it could gain enough altitude to escape. They studied dragon behavior patterns, learned which individuals were aggressive versus cautious, discovered that dragons could be goaded into mistakes through insults delivered in their own language, phrases that struck at draconic pride in ways that transcended species. The sheer brutality of dragon war combat exceeded anything in prior Nordic history. When a dragon killed, it killed absolutely, reducing flesh and bone to ash, with breath that burned hot enough to melt iron. When tongues fought back, they discovered that the voice could not only knock dragons from the sky, but could, with sufficient power and proper pronunciation, literally tear them apart. Certain combinations of shouts could create vibrations in dragon bones that shattered them from within, or could disrupt the magical energies that allowed dragons to breathe elemental attacks, causing those energies to backfire explosively inside dragon throats and chests. Dragon priests found themselves caught in impossible positions, their loyalties torn between the masters they had served for lifetimes and the undeniable reality that mortals were winning. Some remained fanatically loyal, using their considerable powers to defend dragons, even as their own followers turned against them, dying in service to creatures who often did not even notice their sacrifice. Others pragmatically switched sides, bringing detailed knowledge of dragon vulnerabilities and temple defenses to the rebellion, calculating that backing the winning side offered better survival prospects than dying for a collapsing order. A few tried to remain neutral, retreating to remote locations and hoping the conflict would spare them, only to discover that both sides viewed neutrality as betrayal. The war's middle years saw innovations that permanently changed film combat methodology. Tongues discovered that certain shouts could temporarily strip dragons of their ability to fly, disrupting the supernatural forces that kept such massive creatures airborne. This effect, later known as dragon rend, became the most prized technique among dragon hunters, though its use came with dangers. The shout imposed the concept of mortality onto dragons, forcing them to experience the psychological weight of finite existence, and mortal tongues who used it too frequently found themselves infected with existential dread that could spiral into paralyzing depression or suicidal despair. Human casualties mounted into numbers that defied comprehension. Entire family lines were exterminated, their names lost forever. Villages that supported the rebellion were erased so thoroughly that later generations would debate whether they had ever existed at all. Dragonfire scorched vast tracts of forest into permanent ash wastes, where nothing would grow for centuries. Hundreds of warriors suffocated when dragons used the voice to create vacuum zones, or were frozen solid by frost breath that reduced body temperature to absolute zero in seconds, or were simply torn apart by claws the length of swords wielded with strength that could shatter stone. Yet for every atrocity inflicted by dragons, the mortals responded with grim determination that bordered on madness. They fought in conditions no sane warrior would accept, charging toward creatures that could kill them with a glance, watching friends and family incinerated while continuing to advance and shout their defiance. They developed tactics of horrific pragmatism, using civilians as bait to draw dragons into ambush positions, or deliberately provoking dragon attacks on populated areas, knowing that other dragons would be drawn to investigate, creating opportunities for strikes against distracted targets. The psychological dimensions of killing dragons proved as challenging as the physical act. These were beings that had ruled for millennia, creatures woven into the fabric of Nordic mythology and religion. Even rebel tongues who had renounced dragon worship found themselves hesitating at the final moment, some part of their minds screaming that what they were attempting was blasphemy beyond redemption. They pushed through these doubts through sheer desperation, through the knowledge that hesitation meant death, but the spiritual toll of deicide accumulated with each victory. Warriors who successfully killed dragons often reported nightmares where they were the monsters, visions of themselves as world enders destroying the natural order. The war's turning point came not in a single battle, but in a gradual shift of momentum as dragons began losing faster than they could adapt. Creatures accustomed to being apex predators discovered they had become prey, that the small beings they had casually dominated for ages had studied them systematically and developed counters to every advantage dragons possessed. Altitude was negated by shouts that pulled dragons earthward. Fire breath was met with wards that dissipated heat, or with counter shouts that redirected flames back toward their source. Even the mighty voice of ancient dragons encountered human tongues who had trained their entire lives for single confrontations and could match draconic shouts through sheer focused intensity, if not inherent power. As dragons fell in increasing numbers, panic spread through their ranks in ways they had never experienced. They retreated to remote lairs, abandoned their territorial claims, ceased their casual flights over mortal settlements. Some fled Skyrim entirely, seeking refuge in other lands where mortals had not yet learned to weaponize the voice. Others attempted to negotiate, offering truces and tributes, only to discover that the humans they had brutalized for generations had no interest in compromise. The time for negotiation had passed the moment that first dragon fell to mortal voice. Now there could be only victory or extinction. The final years of the Dragon War devolved into grim extermination campaigns as human forces hunted down the last dragon holdouts. These were not glorious battles, but systematic elimination of weakened, terrified creatures who had gone from rulers to refugees. The transformation proved psychologically corrosive for many of the tongues carrying out these hunts. They had begun the war as rebels fighting for liberation. They ended it as executioners pursuing broken beings who posed little threat, killing not for survival but for revenge, and the certainty that any dragon left alive might eventually recover and seek vengeance. When the Dragon War finally ended, When the last known dragons had been driven into hiding or slain outright, Skyrim emerged victorious, but fundamentally broken. The cost of liberation had exceeded anything the early rebels had imagined possible. Entire regions lay devastated, their populations reduced to scattered survivors trying to rebuild from ashes. The social structures that had existed before the war, already warped by generations of dragon rule, had collapsed completely under the strain of total warfare. And most troubling of all, Skyrim now contained thousands of warriors who had spent years learning to kill with nothing but their voices, who had been training exclusively in the art of violence through speech, and who no longer had an external enemy to direct those abilities against. The Dragon War ended not with celebration but with a silence heavy with dread, the kind of quiet that falls over a battlefield when the fighting stops and survivors begin counting the cost. Skyrim had achieved the impossible, had brought down beings that had ruled since time immemorial, but victory felt less like triumph and more like surviving a catastrophe that had fundamentally altered the world. The dragons were gone, driven into hiding or destroyed outright, and in their absence stood thousands of warriors whose throats carried the power to reshape reality, whose voices could shatter stone and boil water, and who had just spent decades learning that might made right. The transformation from liberator to tyrant occurred with stunning speed, so quickly that many tongues did not even recognize what they were becoming until they had already crossed boundaries they once would have found unthinkable. These were men and women who had watched their families burned by dragon fire, who had witnessed friends torn apart by claws and teeth, who had endured years of warfare against enemies far more powerful than themselves. They had survived through absolute commitment to violence, through willingness to do whatever proved necessary to bring down creatures that should have been unkillable. That mentality, that willingness to embrace brutality for survival, did not simply vanish when the external threat disappeared. The first conflicts emerged over questions of governance and territory. With the dragon priests dead or discredited, with the jarls weakened by years of war, power vacuums opened across Skyrim that needed filling. Traditional Nordic custom would have seen these positions claimed through moots and tribal consensus, but such customs assumed rough equality among competitors. How could you hold a fair election when some candidates could kill everyone present with a whispered word? How could you maintain rule of law when certain individuals possessed the ability to simply override any opposition through vocal force? The early post-war jarls tried to assert authority through traditional means, through bloodlines and historical claims and warrior reputation earned in conventional combat. They discovered immediately that such authority meant nothing when confronted by a tongue who could disarm their guards with a shout and level their mead halls if sufficiently angered. Some jarls attempted to hire tongues as enforcers, thinking they could channel this power into maintaining their own rule, only to discover that their hired muscle quickly decided they should be giving orders rather than taking them. Why serve a jarl who had never even fought a dragon when you yourself had killed 3? Within 5 years of the Dragon War ending, over half of Skyrim's holds had fallen under the direct control of Tongue-warlords, who made no pretense of ruling through anything except vocal supremacy. These new overlords bore no resemblance to the dragon priests they had overthrown. Where the priests had ruled through ideology and religious authority, maintaining at least the appearance of serving higher powers, the Tongue-warlords ruled through naked force alone. They made no claims of divine mandate, offered no theological justifications for their dominance. They ruled because they could kill anyone who challenged them, and that was sufficient. The psychological profile of these fallen warriors followed disturbingly consistent patterns. They had spent their formative years either under dragon tyranny or fighting to overthrow it, meaning their entire understanding of power came from contexts of extreme violence and supernatural dominance. They had learned that survival meant developing the ability to destroy threats completely, that mercy was weakness, that the only security came from being strong enough that no one dared attack you. These lessons, learned fighting dragons, transferred seamlessly to dealing with other humans. If you were the strongest voice in a region, if you could outshout any challenger, then you were safe. If you were not, you were prey. The intoxication of absolute power proved spiritually corrosive in ways that conventional authority never could be. A jarl with a dozen guards could be overwhelmed by a mob if he pushed too far. A mage with vast knowledge could still be killed by an arrow if he grew careless. But a master tongue stood alone against the world, needing no guards, no weapons, no preparation. Their power was always ready, always available, requiring nothing except the willingness to open their mouth and speak. This created a sense of invulnerability that warped judgment and eroded empathy. When you could solve any problem by shouting it into submission, why bother with negotiation or compromise? The Tongue-warlords began establishing territories through the same methods dragons had once used, marking out regions they claimed as personal domains and daring anyone to dispute their ownership. Some claimed entire holds, installing themselves in jarl palaces and ruling as undisguised dictators. Others took smaller regions, a valley or mountain pass or stretch of coastline, but defended these domains with such ferocity that they might as well have been independent kingdoms. Travel between holds became treacherous as merchants and pilgrims discovered they needed permission from local tongues to cross territorial boundaries, and such permission often came at steep cost. The economy of Skyrim began fragmenting under this new reality. Trade routes that had operated for generations closed down when merchants refused to risk encountering tongue-warlords known for unpredictable violence. Cities that had thrived on commerce found themselves isolated as surrounding territories came under control of masters who either did not understand or did not care about maintaining trade relationships. Agriculture suffered as farmers abandoned fields located too close to contested borders, knowing that any dispute between rival tongues would leave their lands scorched and poisoned. The standard of living for common people, already devastated by the Dragon War itself, continued its downward spiral. Conflicts between tongue-warlords made the Dragon War look restrained by comparison. When dragons had fought, they did so with purpose, defending territories or eliminating threats to their rule. When tongues fought each other, they did so for reasons that ranged from legitimate territorial disputes to personal insults to simple boredom. A warlord who felt disrespected might challenge a rival to combat, and the resulting duel could devastate everything within miles. Shouts that were designed to knock dragons from the sky proved equally effective at demolishing buildings, collapsing hillsides, triggering avalanches, and turning peaceful valleys into temporary hells. The common people of Skyrim found themselves in the surreal position of being arguably worse off than they had been under dragon rule. At least the dragons and their priests had maintained systems, brutal though they were, that allowed for basic survival and reproduction of society. The dragon cult had wanted tribute and labor, which meant they needed the mortal population alive and functional. The tongue-warlords wanted nothing except to be left alone, and obeyed immediately. And they genuinely did not care if entire villages starved or froze so long as no one challenged their authority. When a dragon killed, it was terrifying but comprehensible, a predator eliminating threats or feeding. When a tongue killed, it was often casual, a demonstration of power or response to imagined disrespect, violence deployed for reasons that made sense only to someone whose grip on reality had been distorted by years of wielding godlike abilities. The environmental damage from sustained tongue conflicts created scars that would persist for centuries. Regions where multiple warlords had fought extended battles bore permanent alterations to their geography. Valleys where the earth itself had been torn apart by repeated force shouts. their topography fundamentally reshaped. Forests reduced to fields of petrified trees after fire shouts had burned so hot that wood turned to stone rather than ash. Lakes that had been frozen solid to their bottoms and never properly thawed, becoming strange cold zones where ice persisted through summer heat. Mountains with peaks literally sheared off by shouts that had grown so powerful they could alter landscape features that should have been permanent. The psychological toll on civilians trying to survive in this environment proved immense. Every raised voice created panic. Every door slammed in anger, sent people diving for cover. Every argument risked escalating into violence that could level entire neighborhoods. Parents taught children to speak in whispers, to avoid any behavior that might attract attention from passing tongues, to lie flat on the ground and cover their heads if they heard shouting begin anywhere nearby. An entire generation grew up with trauma responses centered around human speech, finding the basic act of verbal communication anxiety-inducing because voices had become synonymous with destruction. Some holds attempted to organize resistance against the Tongue-warlords, gathering warriors and mages to challenge the vocal dictators ruling over them. These rebellions failed uniformly and catastrophically. Conventional weapons proved useless when the enemy could disarm entire formations with a word. Magical attacks launched by combat mages were impressive, but still required gesture and incantation, giving Tongue-warlords more than enough time to disrupt spells with shouts before they could be completed. Archers discovered that their arrows could be deflected or destroyed by properly timed shouts, or that the tongues they targeted could become temporarily ethereal, letting projectiles pass harmlessly through them. The few successful resistances occurred, not through direct confrontation, but through assassination, carefully planned attacks that struck Tongue-warlords in moments of vulnerability, a blade in the dark while they slept, poison in their food. A coordinated ambush by dozens of warriors hitting simultaneously from multiple angles in the hope that some would survive long enough to land killing blows. Such tactics worked occasionally, but the deaths of individual Tongue-warlords simply created opportunities for other tongues to claim the vacant territories, and the new masters were often worse than those they replaced, paranoid and vengeful after watching their predecessors murdered. The fragmentation extended beyond just political control into the very practice of the voice itself. Different warlords developed different styles and specialties, each creating personalized approaches to vocal combat based on their individual strengths and experiences. Some specialized in raw force, perfecting variations of push shouts that could demolish fortifications and send enemies flying hundreds of feet. Others focused on elemental attacks, becoming so proficient with fire or frost or lightning that they could sustain these effects for extended periods, turning themselves into walking catastrophes that scorched or froze or electrocuted everything around them. Darker applications of the voice emerged as warlords experimented with shouts that previous generations had considered too dangerous or unethical to develop. Commands that could strip away free will temporarily, leaving victims as puppets who would obey any instruction for brief periods before regaining themselves and often going mad from the violation. Shouts that inflicted fear so profound it caused hearts to simply stop from terror. Words that could age targets rapidly, turning young warriors into elderly husks in seconds. The boundary between warrior and monster dissolved as tongues discovered that the voice could achieve effects that made dragon predation look almost merciful. This era of chaos saw the voice used in ways that previous masters had never imagined or had deliberately avoided. The dragons and early human tongues had treated vocal power with at least some degree of respect, recognizing it as a force requiring control and purpose. The Tongue-warlords treated it as a toy, experimenting constantly with new combinations and applications, seeking novel ways to demonstrate their superiority. They shouted mountains for entertainment, redirected rivers on whims, altered weather patterns because they were bored with rain or wanted snow during summer. Reality became increasingly negotiable in regions under their control, and the long-term consequences of such casual reality manipulation worried the handful of scholars who understood what was being done to the fundamental fabric of existence. Attempts to create codes or restrictions around voice usage failed completely. Multiple councils were called where representatives from different holds tried to establish rules about when and how the voice could be legitimately deployed, hoping to create some framework that would prevent the most egregious abuses. The Tongue-warlords attended these councils when they bothered to attend at all, listened politely to the proposed restrictions, and then ignored them completely the moment they left. What enforcement mechanism could possibly work against individuals who could obliterate any force sent to punish them? The concept of law requires the ability to punish violators, and no punishment could be credibly threatened against beings who had transcended conventional vulnerability. Nordic culture during this period fractured along lines of those who possessed the voice and those who did not. Regular warriors, even the most skilled and experienced, found themselves reduced to irrelevance in a world where vocal power trumped all conventional forms of combat prowess. Their swords and axes and shields, their years of training in traditional martial arts, their hard-won battlefield experience, all of it meant nothing when confronted by an opponent who could disarm them with a syllable or turn their own weapons against them. The cultural identity Nords had built around warrior excellence collapsed when excellence in conventional combat became meaningless. The Jarls, who had not been displaced by Tongue-warlords, found themselves ruling at the sufferance of vocal masters who could end their authority any time they chose. They became figureheads, performing ceremonial functions while everyone understood that real power rested with whoever commanded the strongest voice in the region. Some Jarls tried to maintain dignity in this diminished role, continuing to make decisions and issue edicts as if they still mattered. Others descended into bitterness and alcoholism, unable to cope with their own irrelevance. A few made the pragmatic choice to step aside entirely, formally ceding authority to local tongues in exchange for being left alone. The crisis reached its peak roughly 50 years after the Dragon War had ended. Skyrim had devolved into dozens of tiny domains ruled by individuals who answered to no authority except their own power. The population had declined dramatically, some from casualties of tongue conflicts, but more from simple starvation and the collapse of social systems necessary for civilization to function. Agriculture, trade, craftsmanship, all the ordinary activities that sustained human communities had become nearly impossible when violence could erupt without warning from beings who cared nothing for mortal needs or concerns. Skyrim was dying, not from external conquest, but from the internal contradiction of its own liberation, from the weapon it had turned against dragons consuming the society it had meant to save. Into this darkness, worn by generations of violence and on the edge of total collapse, came the possibility of something different. A voice that would teach silence instead of shouting, restraint instead of domination, and would offer the revolutionary idea that true mastery of power meant choosing never to wield it at all. High in the Jarl Mountains, far above the chaos consuming the land below, a man who had once been among the most feared Tongue-warlords in all of Skyrim sat in perfect silence and contemplated the ruins of everything he had fought to create. Jurgen Windcaller had spent decades wielding the voice in service, first to liberation, and then to his own ambition. And the weight of what he had done threatened to crush him more completely than any dragon ever could. Jurgen had been there at the beginning, one of the early rebels who turned dragon language against dragon masters, a warrior whose voice had personally brought down 3 of the scaled tyrants during the height of the conflict. He remembered the exhilaration of those first victories, the intoxicating realization that mortals could kill gods, the sense that anything was possible for those brave enough to speak power into existence. He had emerged from the Dragon War as a hero, celebrated and feared in equal measure, a master whose Thuum could level fortifications and scatter armies. The transition from hero to tyrant had occurred so gradually that Jurgen could not identify when exactly it happened. Perhaps there was no single moment, just an accumulation of choices that seemed reasonable in isolation, but added up to something monstrous, establishing control over a region to prevent other warlords from claiming it, using force to settle disputes because negotiation took too long, and he had the power to simply impose solutions, eliminating rivals not because they posed genuine threats, but because their presence challenged his authority. Each action justified by circumstances, by necessity, by the logic that someone needed to maintain order, and he was the strongest available option. Then came the Battle of Red Mountain, an expedition into Morrowind alongside other Nordic forces seeking to expand their influence beyond Skyrim's borders. The details of what happened in that cursed place remained fragmentary in Jurgen's memory, trauma-suppressing specifics while leaving emotional scars that would never heal. He remembered darkness deeper than any natural night, the mountain itself seeming to scream, forces that dwarfed even dragon power treating mortal voices like insects buzzing against cosmic indifference. His voice, which had shattered dragon scales and toppled stone towers, accomplished nothing against whatever dwelt in Red Mountain's heart. Worse than accomplishing nothing, his shouting had seemed pathetic, the desperate squeaking of a creature that had mistaken its temporary advantages for genuine strength. The Nordic forces were routed completely, driven back to Skyrim, with casualties that reduced their number to a fraction of what had marched out so confidently. Jurgen survived physically intact, but spiritually shattered, forced to confront the truth that all his power, all his mastery of the voice, meant nothing against forces that operated on scales he could not begin to comprehend. If the voice made him a god compared to normal humans, then what he had encountered at Red Mountain revealed that there were hierarchies of power extending far beyond his reach, that he was simultaneously far more powerful than ordinary mortals and utterly insignificant in the broader cosmic scheme. He returned to his territories, but could not resume ruling, as if nothing had changed. Every time he prepared to use the voice to enforce his will, every time his throat prepared to form words of power, he felt the memory of his absolute impotence at Red Mountain. The humiliation of shouting his strongest attacks, only to have them absorbed and negated by forces that regarded his best efforts as beneath notice. The psychological damage proved more crippling than any physical wound. He began experiencing profound doubt about everything he had based his identity upon, questioning whether the voice was meant to be used as he had been using it, whether treating reality-warping speech as just another weapon represented a fundamental misunderstanding of what he possessed. His subjects noticed the change, the hesitation in their master's previously absolute confidence, and rivals began circling like wolves, scenting weakness. Other tongues, warlords who had been warily respecting Jurgen's territory only because they feared his power, started making challenges and territorial claims, testing whether the legendary Windcaller had truly been broken by whatever happened in Morrowind. Jurgen found he could not muster the will to respond as he once would have, could not simply obliterate challengers and reassert dominance through superior violence. The doubts had metastasized too deeply. In the end, rather than fight to maintain his position, Jurgen simply left. He announced to no one, explained nothing, took no followers or possessions beyond basic survival supplies, and walked into the Jarl Mountains seeking isolation so complete that he would be forced to confront himself without any external distractions. His former subjects watched in confusion as their master abandoned everything he had built, walking away from power and territory that dozens of other tongues would kill to possess. Some assumed he was dying from wounds sustained at Red Mountain. Others thought he had gone mad. None guessed he was actually seeking sanity for the first time in decades. He climbed for days, moving beyond the tree line into regions where only the hardiest lichens survived, where the air grew thin enough that breathing became conscious effort. He found a cave offering minimal shelter from the elements and settled there, and then he began the most difficult challenge he had ever undertaken. He chose to stop speaking entirely, imposing on himself a silence that went beyond mere quietness into something approaching a spiritual discipline. No words, no sounds, not even humming or throat clearing. Total silence, both external and increasingly internal, as he worked to quiet the constant mental chatter that filled every moment. The first months were torture. His throat ached with the need to vocalize, decades of Thum training, having made speech into a physical need as powerful as hunger or thirst. He would wake from dreams where he had been shouting, only to discover he had bitten through his lip rather than let sound escape. His mind screamed protests at the enforced quiet, generating endless arguments for why he should speak, listing all the valid reasons someone might need to vocalize, insisting that this exercise was pointless self-torture. He endured through sheer stubbornness, the same quality that had kept him fighting dragons when any rational person would have fled. Gradually, as months stretched into years, something shifted. The desperate hunger to speak began fading, replaced by a profound appreciation for silence itself. Jurgen discovered that without constant vocalization, both external and internal, his awareness of the world increased dramatically. He could hear wind patterns that revealed approaching weather, could sense the subtle vibrations of stone that indicated geological stability or hidden cave systems, could detect the presence of animals from miles away through the faint pressure, changes their movement created in air. Silence was not absence but presence, not emptiness but fullness, a state that allowed perception of everything the noise had drowned out. More importantly, in the silence, Jurgen began understanding the voice itself in ways that years of active use had never revealed. When he was constantly speaking and shouting, treating the voice as a tool to be deployed, he had never actually examined what it was, where its power came from, why dragon speech could alter reality while normal language could not. Now, holding the voice in perfect stillness like cupping water in his hands without drinking, he could observe its nature with clarity that use had prevented. What he discovered horrified and humbled him in equal measure. The voice was not a weapon. It was not a tool. It was a gift from Kine herself, bestowed specifically and solely for the purpose of liberating mortals from dragon tyranny. Using it for human versus human combat, wielding it to dominate other people, treating it as just another means of violence, all of this represented profound perversion of its intended purpose. The voice was meant to speak truth so powerful that reality had no choice but to align with it, but truth spoken in service of domination became lies regardless of its metaphysical potency. This realization carried devastating implications for everything Jurgen had done since the Dragon War ended. He had spent decades committing blasphemy, using sacred power for profane purposes, treating something holy as if it were merely convenient. The shame of this understanding would have destroyed a lesser person. Jurgen metabolized it differently, transforming guilt into resolution. If he had been using the voice wrong, then he could learn to use it rightly. If his decades of mastery had actually taught him nothing except how to pervert a gift from the divine, then he could begin learning truth, even if it took the rest of his life. The years of silence stretched toward 2 decades, Jurgen venturing down from his cave only rarely to gather supplies from the lowland forest before returning to his meditation. He aged visibly, hair going white, body growing lean from limited diet and harsh conditions, but his eyes developed a quality of deep peace that had been entirely absent during his warlord years. The voice remained within him, unchanged in power, but fundamentally transformed in understanding. He could still shout with devastating force if he chose to. He simply no longer wanted to, because he had learned that the true test of mastery was not whether you could deploy power, but whether you could refrain from doing so. Finally, after 17 years in isolation, Jurgen descended from the mountains, not because he felt his education was complete, but because he recognized that understanding gained alone meant nothing, if not shared. Skyrim was still tearing itself apart, still ruled by Tongue-warlords who made the same mistakes he had once made, still spiraling toward a collapse that would reduce Nordic culture to scattered remnants barely capable of survival. If his revelation in the mountains meant anything, if his transformation from warlord to student of silence carried any value, it would be measured in whether he could transmit this understanding to others before the land drowned completely in blood. He emerged from the wilderness looking like a hermit prophet from ancient stories, lean and weathered and radiating a quality of presence that made people step back without consciously knowing why. When he entered settlements seeking no authority and claiming no territory, just speaking quietly to whoever would listen about the nature of the voice and the necessity of restraint, most dismissed him as just another madman broken by the chaos of the age. But a few, a crucial few, heard something in his words that resonated with their own doubts and desperations. The first disciples came slowly, tongues haunted by their own violence, who recognized in Jurgen someone who had walked the path they were on and found a way off it, former warlords disgusted by what they had become. Younger tongues, horrified by the casual atrocities they saw as normal. Masters who had witnessed too many valleys destroyed and too many innocents killed and could no longer justify the violence through appeals to necessity or strength. They came to Jurgen, seeking not more power but less, wanting to learn how to hold back abilities that threatened to consume them. Jurgen taught not through demonstration of strength, but through example of restraint, through showing his handful of followers that silence could be more powerful than any shout if approached with proper understanding. He established no formal school initially, just a loose gathering of tongues who practiced meditation and breath control in remote locations, learning to feel the voice as a living thing within them that required reverence rather than exploitation. The early teachings were simple to describe but agonizing to implement. Speak only when necessary. Every word should carry weight and intention. The urge to shout must be observed and released, not indulged. Power unused is not power wasted, but power preserved for its true purpose. The disciples struggled immensely with these concepts. These were warriors who had spent years conditioning themselves to deploy the voice instantly in response to threats, who had survived precisely because they could shout faster and harder than their opponents. Jurgen was asking them to deliberately slow down, to introduce hesitation into combat reflexes, to question every impulse to vocalize. It felt suicidal, like teaching a swordsman to deliberately fumble his blade. Many who came to study left within weeks, unable to overcome the psychological conditioning that equated restraint with weakness and vulnerability. Those who remained discovered something extraordinary. As they learned to hold the voice in stillness, as they practiced feeling its presence without releasing it, their actual mastery deepened in ways that constant use had prevented. It was like the difference between frantically beating a drum versus understanding rhythm and silence as equally important components of music. The Kung who had spent 20 years shouting force attacks might know a dozen variations and combinations. A student of Jurgen's teaching, after equivalent time in meditative practice, would understand force itself at a level that allowed them to do more with a whisper than others achieved with screams. Jurgen developed specific training regimens that reversed how tongues had traditionally learned their art. Instead of starting with simple shouts and building to complex combinations, he began with complete silence and slowly, over years, permitted speech. His students spent their first seasons doing nothing except breathing exercises, learning to feel air moving through their bodies, understanding the physical mechanics of how sound was produced before being allowed to produce any. Then came years of speaking only in whispers, learning to imbue even the quietest vocalization with intention and control. Only after a decade of this foundation would Jurgen consider teaching actual words of power. The philosophy underlying this approach held that the voice was fundamentally about truth and authority, rather than volume or force. When a dragon spoke, reality obeyed not because the dragon was loud, but because dragon speech carried inherent authority, the weight of being true at a level that transcended opinion or perspective. Humans attempting to use the voice through raw volume were like children screaming to get attention, effective perhaps, but crude and ultimately limited. Humans who learned to speak with true authority, who could invest even whispered words with the weight of absolute certainty, could achieve effects that surpassed anything dragons accomplished, because human speech came from choice rather than instinct. This distinction became central to what would later be called the way of the voice. Dragons could not choose not to speak in their tongue. It was simply their natural mode of communication, as automatic as breathing. When dragons shouted with power, they were doing what came naturally, expressing their nature without thought or consideration. Humans who learned the voice did so through conscious effort, through years of training and practice, meaning every word they spoke in that tongue represented a choice. This made human Thuum potentially more powerful than dragon speech, because choice and will added layers of meaning and intention that instinct alone could never match. Jurgen taught that this potential could only be realized through discipline so complete. It appeared inhuman. A master of the voice must be capable of speaking words that could level mountains, but choosing not to, not because they lacked courage or opportunity, but because they understood that such power should be deployed only in service of its intended purpose. The voice existed to defend against dragon tyranny, to protect mortals from supernatural threats they could not otherwise survive. Using it for dominance over other humans, for personal gain, for entertainment or casual demonstration, all of this represented betrayal of the gift Kain had provided. As Jurgen's reputation spread, other tongues began seeking him out, not as students, but as challengers. Warriors convinced that his teaching represented weakness, disguised as philosophy. They issued formal challenges according to Nord tradition, demanding he face them in vocal combat to prove that his way of the voice actually produced superior results compared to their aggressive martial approach. Jurgen accepted these challenges, but transformed them into demonstrations that challenged every assumption his opponents held about power and mastery. The confrontations followed similar patterns, regardless of who challenged. The rival tongue would begin with devastating attacks, unleashing shouts meant to overwhelm through sheer force. Jurgen would stand unmoved, not countering with his own attacks, but instead using the voice defensively, in ways most tongues had never considered possible. He would speak words that created zones of stillness around himself, where other shouts simply dissipated, or that redirected force harmlessly into the earth, or that dampened sound itself so that even the loudest attacks became whispers by the time they reached him. Challengers would escalate, cycling through their entire repertoire of combat shouts, combining attacks in sequences meant to break any defense. Jurgen continued standing quietly, weathering everything thrown at him with expressions suggesting not effort but sadness. as if watching someone repeatedly hammer their fists against a mountain disappointed him more than it threatened him. The psychological impact of this non-response proved devastating. Warriors who had built their identities on being able to destroy with their voices found themselves completely ineffective against someone who simply refused to be moved. Eventually, as challengers exhausted themselves, Jurgen would respond, not with the overwhelming counterattack they expected, but with a single carefully spoken word, usually a basic shout like force, but pronounced with such perfect clarity and absolute intention that it accomplished more than their frantic screaming had achieved. He might knock them backward gently but irresistibly, demonstrating that he could have hurt them badly but chose not to. Or he might simply speak a word that created a harmonic resonance in their own chests, letting them feel the voice's power turn back on them in a way that made clear how completely vulnerable they had been during their assault. The demonstration that cemented Jurgen's philosophy as more than just one master's personal approach occurred when a coalition of Tongue-warlords, convinced that he represented a threat to their power, gathered to challenge him simultaneously. 12 masters, each commanding enough vocal power to dominate an entire hold, surrounded Jurgen outside the crude shelter he had established in the foothills. They had coordinated their approach, planning to overwhelm him through simultaneous attack from multiple directions, ensuring he could not defend against all angles at once. When they unleashed their combined assault, a barrage of force and fire and frost that should have obliterated anything caught in its center, Jurgen demonstrated mastery that transcended anything the warlords thought possible. He spoke a single sustained note, not a word but pure sound, that created a sphere of perfect stability around himself. The attack struck this barrier and simply stopped, all their energy absorbed and negated, creating a momentary tableau where a dozen devastation-level shouts froze in place, like waves turned to ice. Then Jurgen released his own shout, but in a way none of the challengers had encountered. Instead of directing force outward in a cone or line, he somehow distributed it evenly in all directions, creating a pulse that expanded from his position like ripples on a pond. The effect was not violent but irresistible, pushing all 12 warlords backwards simultaneously, setting them down 100 feet from where they had stood without causing injury, but making absolutely clear that he could have killed them all if he had chosen to articulate his shout differently. The psychological victory was complete. The warlords had brought their greatest strength, had coordinated perfectly, had done everything their understanding of the voice suggested would guarantee success, and they had been casually defeated by someone barely raising their voice. More importantly, Jurgen had demonstrated perfect control, the ability to harm or not harm according to will, rather than simply deploying maximum power and hoping for the best. This distinction, the space between capability and action, represented everything the warlords lacked and proved they needed. What happened next became legendary in Nordic history. Rather than fleeing in shame or attacking again out of pride, 11 of the 12 warlords knelt where they had been set down and requested to become Jurgen's students. They recognized in that moment that decades spent using the voice had actually taught them nothing about mastery, that they had been children playing with divine gifts they did not understand, and that Jurgen offered a path to true strength rather than the hollow dominance they had mistaken for power. The transformation of these warlords into students marked the turning point when Jurgen's personal philosophy became a movement capable of changing all Skyrim. These were not inexperienced warriors, easily impressed by novelty. They were hardened masters who had killed dragons and ruled territories and survived countless challenges. When they submitted to a teaching that demanded they unlearn everything they thought they knew about the voice, When they embraced restraint over aggression and silence over shouting, it sent shockwaves through every hold in the land. Jurgen formalized his teaching into what became known as the Greybeard order, though the name came later from observers, noting how the masters grew old while training on mountain slopes. He established High Hrothgar not as a place of retreat, but as a training ground where the harsh environment itself became part of the teaching. The thin air and brutal cold demanded constant focus on breath and body. The isolation removed all distractions. The altitude symbolically placed practitioners between the mortal world below and the divine realm above. Everything about the location reinforced the philosophy that mastery required removing yourself from casual concerns. The training structure that emerged from these early years would remain largely unchanged for millennia. Aspirants did not choose to become Greybeards. They were summoned, called by kind through visions or circumstances that made clear they were meant for this path. Those who arrived at High Hrothgar, expecting to be immediately taught powerful shouts, received rude awakenings. The first years involved nothing but silent service, maintaining the monastery, studying ancient texts, and performing breathing exercises that seemed to accomplish nothing except fill time. This extended preliminary training served multiple purposes. It weeded out those seeking power rather than understanding, as anyone motivated by desire for combat effectiveness quickly grew frustrated and left. It built humility by forcing even experienced tongues to return to absolute basics, treating them as novices regardless of their past accomplishments. Most importantly, it established the psychological framework necessary for what would come later. The voice required absolute discipline, complete control over impulse and emotion, because any casual vocalization from a trained tongue carried potential for harm. Only after years of this foundation would students be taught their first word of power. And even then, the teaching emphasized understanding over use. A student might spend months learning a single syllable, studying its linguistic roots, its conceptual meaning, the precise mouth and throat positions required to pronounce it correctly, the mental state necessary to imbue it with power. They would whisper it thousands of times before being permitted to speak it aloud, and tens of thousands more before attempting to use it with any force. This methodical approach horrified visiting tongues accustomed to learning new shouts in weeks. But it produced masters whose control exceeded anything the rapid learning approach could achieve. The philosophy evolved beyond mere technical training into something approaching religion. Jurgen taught that the voice was not a gift from kind to individuals, but to all mortal kind collectively, a divine intervention meant to preserve freedom against tyranny. Using it for personal gain or to dominate others was therefore not just wrong but sacrilegious, a perversion of holy power for profane purposes. The true calling of a voice master was to preserve the knowledge, to maintain the capability, but to deploy it only when defending against threats that mortal means alone could not overcome. This religious dimension created complicated relationships with Nordic cultures, existing spiritual traditions. The traditional Nordic pantheon had always placed heavy emphasis on martial prowess and glory through combat. Values that aligned poorly with the Greybeard, teaching that the greatest strength meant never fighting at all. Jurgen navigated this tension by positioning the voice as specifically kind's domain, a special category of power that operated under different rules than conventional warrior ethics. One could pursue martial glory with sword and axe while treating the voice as sacred trust requiring separate consideration. The Greybeards developed their own rituals and observances distinct from typical Nordic religious practice. The most important was the meditation of silence, periods lasting months where no speech occurred within High Hrothgar, except for absolutely necessary warnings. During these times, the masters communicated through gesture and written word, deliberately atrophying their impulse to vocalize, so that when speech finally resumed it came from conscious choice rather than habit. Visitors arriving during silence periods found the experience profoundly unsettling, a monastery full of people who could kill with a word, choosing instead to remain mute. Another key practice involved the deliberate study of restraint through temptation. Students were placed in situations specifically designed to provoke vocal response. Scenarios where shouting would solve problems or eliminate threats, but where doing so would violate the principles they were learning. Being attacked by bandits and choosing to endure blows rather than shout in self-defense. Watching innocents threatened and holding back from intervening through vocal power. These exercises were not about fostering passivity, but about establishing that the choice to use the voice must come from principle rather than emotion or convenience. The psychological toll of these practices drove some students mad. The disconnect between possessing world-shattering power and being forbidden from using it created cognitive tensions that not everyone could resolve healthily. Some broke under the pressure, and either left the order or had to be expelled for their own safety, and others, a few, descended into catatonia, their minds fracturing under the weight of holding back forces they could no longer contain. These failures were tragic, but also considered necessary proof that the training worked as intended. If everyone could endure it, then it was not rigorous enough to produce true masters. As the Greybeard order grew in numbers and reputation, its influence on broader Nordic society expanded far beyond what Jurgen had initially intended. Jarls, who had been powerless against Tongue-warlords, found themselves able to assert authority again, because the most dangerous tongues had withdrawn to High Hrothgar and taken vows preventing them from interfering in politics. Holes that had fragmented under vocal tyranny began consolidating again, re-establishing trade and communication networks that had been severed during the chaos years. The economy slowly recovered as people gained confidence that random violence from passing tongues was becoming rare rather than constant. Most significantly, the Greybeards established themselves as neutral arbiters standing outside conventional power structures. When disputes arose that threatened to escalate into violence, when succession crises threatened stability, when questions of law or tradition required authoritative resolution, increasingly people turned to the Greybeards for judgment. Not because the order sought political power, but because their demonstrated refusal to use their capabilities for personal gain made them trustworthy in ways that conventional authorities could never match. A Greybeard had nothing to gain from dishonest judgment, no territory to expand or rivals to eliminate, making their counsel valuable precisely because it was disinterested. This role as spiritual and moral authority developed organically rather than through deliberate planning. The Greybeards never declared themselves arbiters or demanded recognition as authorities. They simply responded when asked for guidance, offering judgments that carried weight because everyone understood these masters could enforce anything they declared, but chose to remain advisory instead. The contrast with the Tongue-warlords, who had ruled through terror and faced constant challenges because everyone sought to replace them, could not have been more stark. The establishment of the Way of the Voice, as Skyrim's dominant approach to the Thuum, required one final confrontation. A moment that would determine whether Jurgen's philosophy represented merely one master's personal choice, or a binding standard for all who learned dragon speech. The challenge came from a coalition of traditional tongues who had never embraced the Greybeard teaching, warriors who maintained that the voice existed to be used, and that deliberate restraint represented cowardice, masquerading as wisdom. These traditionalists were not warlords or tyrants, but rather tongues, who had genuine philosophical objections to Jurgen's approach. They argued that the voice was a tool like any other, that treating it as sacred restricted Nordic freedom, that the chaos of the post-Dragon War years stemmed not from voice usage, but from lack of proper governance and warrior ethics. They believed that with appropriate codes of honor and clear rules of engagement, the voice could be integrated into Nordic culture without requiring monastic isolation or vows of restraint. Their perspective had merit, represented thoughtful criticism rather than simple power lust, which made the disagreement genuinely consequential. The two sides agreed to a formal gathering at what would later be called the Conclave of the Voice, a meeting held on neutral ground where representatives of both philosophies could present their positions before assembled rares from across Skyrim. The outcome would determine not just which approach was superior, but would shape Nordic culture for generations, establishing precedents about power and its proper use that would echo through centuries. The traditionalists presented first, making eloquent arguments about freedom and responsibility, about trusting warriors to use the voice ethically, rather than assuming they needed isolation and restraint. They demonstrated impressive control, showing that discipline need not require absolute denial, that one could use the voice regularly while maintaining honor and proportionality. Their position resonated with many in the audience who found the Greybeard approach too extreme, too divorced from practical reality where threats still existed that might require vocal responses. When Jurgen rose to respond, he did not argue or debate. Instead, he made a demonstration that forever settled the question of which approach produced superior mastery. He asked the traditionalist tongues to attack him with everything they possessed, to hold nothing back, to attempt to prove, through sheer force, that their philosophy worked. Then, as they unleashed a coordinated barrage that should have obliterated stone and flesh alike, Jurgen spoke a single word, so perfectly articulated that it absorbed every attack, redirected all their power harmlessly into the sky, and left him standing unharmed in the crater. Their shouts had carved around his position, but the true demonstration came in what followed. Jurgen explained quietly to the assembled crowd that the traditionalists had just emptied themselves, had deployed their full power and were now temporarily weakened, vulnerable to any counterattack. He could kill them all with a word, and they could not stop him. Then he sat down, making absolutely clear he would do no such thing, proving that his restraint came from strength rather than weakness. The message was unmistakable. The Greybeard approach did not prevent masters from achieving devastating power. It produced power so complete that the wielder could choose mercy even when vengeance was trivially available. The traditionalist tongues, to their credit, recognized defeat with dignity. They had been proven wrong not through argument but through demonstration that the path they criticized actually produced superior results in every measurable way. When Jurgen offered them places among the Greybeards if they wished to learn the deeper teaching, many accepted immediately. Others withdrew from public life without joining the order, retiring to pursue voice mastery in private according to principles they now understood they had misunderstood. The challenge ended not with continued conflict, but with acknowledgement that some wisdom could only be recognized through direct experience. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Nordic society reached a collective decision that would define its relationship with the voice for millennia to come. The Thome would not be banned or restricted by law, but its teaching would be carefully controlled, channeled almost exclusively through the Greybeard Order and its affiliated masters. Young people who showed talent for the voice would be sent to High Hrothgar for evaluation and possible training. Those who received training would be expected to adhere to the way of the voice, using their abilities only in defense against supernatural threats. The voice would remain part of Nordic cultural identity, but would transition from warrior skill to sacred trust, from something common soldiers learned to something requiring special calling and decades of preparation. This transformation did not occur instantly or without resistance. Scattered tongue-warlords continued terrorizing isolated regions for years, and occasional new tongues emerged, who rejected the Greybeard philosophy and had to be dealt with through exile or, rarely, elimination. But the cultural consensus had shifted irreversibly. The majority of Nords, having lived through the chaos years, agreed that the voice was simply too dangerous to be wielded casually, that its power required the kind of discipline only extreme training could provide. The Greybeards had proven both that such discipline was achievable and that it produced better results than the alternative. The Order established protocols for identifying and training new tongues that balanced accessibility with necessary restriction. When someone displayed natural affinity for the voice, usually manifesting in their words having unusual effects, or in their ability to unconsciously produce minor thum effects, local authorities would notify High Hrothgar. The Greybeards would send a representative to evaluate the individual, determining whether they possessed both the talent and temperament for proper training. Those accepted would begin the decades-long journey toward mastery. Those declined would be monitored to ensure they did not attempt to learn the voice through other means, as untrained tongues posed dangers both to themselves and everyone around them. This system was imperfect, and occasionally failed. Some talented individuals refused the call to High Hrothgar, choosing instead to develop their abilities independently or to ignore them entirely. Others completed portions of the training, but left before achieving mastery, taking their partial knowledge into the world, where they might misuse it. The Greybeards could not and did not force compliance, maintaining their principle that the voice must be chosen freely or not at all. They could only teach those willing to learn, and hope that the example they set would suffice to prevent catastrophic misuse. The decades following the conclave of the voice saw Skyrim transforming from the fragmented, terrorized land it had become into something approaching functional civilization again. Trade routes reopened as merchants no longer feared being casually obliterated by passing tongues. Agriculture recovered as farmers could work fields without worrying that conflicts between vocal masters would render their land uninhabitable. The population began growing again, after generations of decline, families willing to have children once the constant threat of random vocal violence receded. It was not paradise. Skyrim remained harsh and dangerous, full of bandits and monsters, and the usual threats that populated the world. But these were manageable dangers, problems that conventional warriors and mages could address without requiring reality-warping intervention. The Greybeards themselves settled into patterns that would characterize the Order for millennia. They maintained High Hrothgar as a monastery accessible only to those willing to climb the 7,000 steps, the brutal ascent serving as both practical deterrent to casual visitors and symbolic representation of the difficulty inherent in mastering the voice. They trained new students according to methods Jurgen had established, preserving his teaching with religious devotion. They appeared in public rarely, and only when circumstances absolutely demanded their intervention, maintaining their role as emergency recourse, rather than active participants in governance. Most importantly, they transformed from a collection of individual masters into a genuine brotherhood, men who shared something far deeper than mere common training. They had each chosen to give up power that others killed to possess, had voluntarily accepted restrictions that their abilities made unnecessary from a pure capability standpoint, had embraced a life of discipline and service when they could easily have taken whatever they wanted. This shared commitment to restraint created bonds stronger than family or nationality, a mutual understanding that went beyond words, appropriate for masters who spent most of their lives in silence. The way of the voice became embedded in Nordic culture at such fundamental levels that later generations would struggle to understand there had ever been alternatives. Children grew up, hearing stories of the Greybeards as legendary figures, masters dwelling in the high mountains who possessed the power to destroy the world, but chose instead to preserve it through restraint. The voice itself acquired an almost mythical quality, something ordinary Nords knew existed but expected to encounter only in the most extreme circumstances. When the rare demonstration occurred, when a Greybeard was forced to use the voice in defense against some truly terrible threat, the event became the subject of songs and sagas precisely because it was so exceptional. This normalization of the Greybeard approach represented total victory for Jurgen's philosophy. He had transformed himself from warlord to prophet, had taken the weapon that nearly destroyed Nordic civilization, and turned it into a source of stability and wisdom. The voice still existed, still carried the same devastating power it always had, but it now served the purpose Kine had intended: protection against threats. Mortals could not otherwise survive, deployed only when absolutely necessary, wielded by masters who understood that their greatest duty was choosing not to use what they had spent decades learning. The cultural transformation extended beyond just practical policies into the realm of values and identity. Nords began measuring strength differently, moving away from pure martial prowess toward concepts that included discipline and restraint. A warrior was still celebrated for battlefield achievements, but the highest praise went to those who knew when not to fight, who could achieve goals through wisdom rather than violence. The Greybeards became the exemplars of this evolution, living proof that the strongest person in any situation might be the one who never demonstrated their strength at all. The centuries following the establishment of the Way of the Voice brought Skyrim a stability it had not known since before Dragon Rule, but this peace came at costs that became apparent only gradually. The Greybeards had solved the immediate crisis of Tongue-warlords, tearing civilization apart, yet in doing so they had removed from Nordic society its most powerful defensive capability. The voice that had once been deployed regularly in warfare against external threats now rested locked away on a mountain, available only in the most dire circumstances, and only if the Greybeards deemed intervention appropriate. This created a strategic vulnerability that enemies eventually learned to exploit. The first major test of this new arrangement came when Skyrim faced invasion from forces that understood the Greybeards would not intervene in conventional political or military conflicts. Rival kingdoms and hostile powers recognized that, as long as they avoided actions the Greybeards classified as supernatural threats requiring vocal response, they could wage war against Nordic territories with no fear of Thu'um retaliation. The dragon language that had once made Skyrim virtually unconquerable now sat unused while ordinary soldiers fought and died against enemies who might have been routed instantly by even a single tongue speaking words of power. Nordic jarls and military leaders found themselves in impossible positions, knowing that warriors stationed on the mountain above them possessed abilities that could end conflicts decisively, but being unable to call upon those abilities without violating the sacred principles that maintain social stability. Some attempted to pressure the Greybeards into making exceptions, arguing that certain conflicts threatened Skyrim's survival, and surely Kine would not want her gift to remain unused while her chosen people suffered. The Greybeards refused these appeals with the same response every time. The voice was not a military asset to be deployed in service of territorial disputes or political ambitions, and the moment they began making exceptions, the entire philosophy would collapse back into the chaos they had worked so hard to transcend. This created resentment in some quarters. Soldiers and commanders, who viewed the Greybeards as selfish cowards, hiding behind philosophy while refusing to help their own people. The criticism was not entirely without merit. There was something deeply frustrating about knowing that ultimate power rested on a mountain while conventional forces struggled against threats that vocal intervention could eliminate trivially. The Greybeards absorbed this criticism without defending themselves, understanding that explaining their position to those who had not witnessed the Tongue-warlord era was nearly impossible. Those who had lived through that nightmare understood why the voice must remain restricted. Those who had not, who knew the voice only through stories and songs about glorious dragon slaying, saw only wasted potential. The Order dealt with this tension by maintaining their absolute commitment to non-intervention, while also ensuring that their existence served as deterrent even if their power went unused. Potential invaders might know the Greybeards would not fight in conventional wars, but they could never be entirely certain where the line was, could never be completely sure that their actions would not cross whatever threshold would bring vocal retaliation. This strategic ambiguity, the possibility that attacking Skyrim might eventually provoke response from beings who could level armies with words, made many potential enemies more cautious than they might otherwise have been. The economic dimensions of the Greybeard arrangement also shaped Nordic society in unexpected ways. High Hrothgar required support, food and supplies and materials that the harsh mountain environment could not provide, and the Order refused to use the voice for mundane purposes like hunting or construction. This created an ongoing relationship with the communities below, a system of voluntary tribute that paralleled the old dragon cult's mandatory extraction, but operated on entirely different principles. People gave to support the Greybeards, not from fear, but from respect, and the understanding that maintaining masters who would not abuse their power required ensuring they did not need to seek power through conventional means. This arrangement worked because the Greybeards demanded very little, their ascetic lifestyle requiring minimal resources compared to what territorial lords or conventional monasteries consumed. A few pack animals carrying supplies up the 7,000 steps every month sufficed to maintain the entire order. The modesty of their needs reinforced their spiritual authority. They were clearly not using their position to enrich themselves or live in luxury, making their teachings about restraint and service ring true in ways that would have been impossible if they had demanded lavish support. The training of new Greybeards continued according to Jurgen's original methods, though refinements emerged over generations as successive masters discovered improved techniques for teaching concepts that resisted verbal instruction. The challenge remained the same: how to take individuals who possessed or could develop reality-warping vocal abilities and transform them into masters who would almost never use those abilities. The failure rate was substantial. Perhaps half of those who began training eventually leaving either because they could not endure the discipline or because the masters determined they lacked the temperament for true mastery. Those who did complete the training emerged as perhaps the most psychologically disciplined individuals in all Tamriel. They had spent decades learning to maintain perfect control over impulses that most people never even recognized as controllable. The urge to speak when angry, to shout when frightened, to vocalize pain or surprise or joy, all the automatic vocal responses that characterized normal human behavior had been transformed into conscious choices requiring deliberate decision. This made Greybeards seem almost alien to outsiders, their unnatural stillness and silence creating discomfort in people accustomed to the constant background noise of human society. The spiritual practices of the Order evolved beyond what Jurgen had originally taught, incorporating insights from successive generations of masters who brought their own understanding to the tradition. Meditation techniques became more sophisticated. Breath control exercises grew more complex. The philosophical framework around the voice expanded to address questions Jurgen had never explicitly considered. Yet the core remained unchanged. The voice was sacred. Its use required justification beyond mere convenience or advantage, and the greatest mastery consisted of choosing restraint even when action was possible. One particularly important development was the articulation of what became known as the doctrine of necessary response, a framework for determining when voice usage was appropriate. The doctrine established clear categories of threats and specified which justified vocal intervention, Dragon attacks obviously qualified, as the voice had been specifically gifted for defense against dragon tyranny. Other supernatural threats of comparable scale, such as Daedric incursions or reality-warping magical catastrophes, also warranted response. Conventional military conflicts, political disputes, criminal activity, natural disasters, and personal dangers to individual Greybeards themselves did not justify breaking silence, no matter how severe the immediate consequences of restraint might be. This doctrine created challenging scenarios, where Greybeards were sometimes forced to witness suffering they could easily prevent, but were forbidden by their own principles from addressing. A Greybeard traveling through the lowlands might encounter bandits attacking a caravan and be required to either flee or endure the assault without using the voice in self-defense, because banditry did not constitute a supernatural threat requiring vocal response. Such situations tested the master's commitment to their philosophy in ways that mountain isolation never could, forcing them to choose their principles over their instincts and over the lives of people they might otherwise save. The Order's relationship with Nordic religious institutions was complex and occasionally fraught with tension. The traditional priesthoods of the Nordic pantheon viewed the Greybeards with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Respect for their obvious spiritual discipline and the stability they had brought to Skyrim, but suspicion about their claim to unique relationship with Kine, and their insistence that the voice operated under different rules than conventional divine magic. Some priests argued that the Greybeards had created a cult within a culture, establishing themselves as a special category of spiritual authority without proper integration into existing religious hierarchies. The Greybeards navigated this tension by remaining scrupulously neutral on theological questions outside their specific domain. They never challenged other priests' authority, never disputed conventional religious teaching, never tried to expand their influence beyond matters directly relating to the voice. This limited scope kept them from threatening established religious institutions while maintaining their special status regarding dragon speech. They were not competing with other priests for followers or resources, merely preserving knowledge and practice in one very specific area of spiritual life. As centuries passed, and the Dragon War faded from living memory into legend, new challenges emerged for the Greybeard Order. Each generation of students had less direct understanding of why the restrictions existed, having never witnessed the chaos that preceded the way of the voice. The training remained rigorous, but began feeling to some students like arbitrary rules perpetuated through tradition rather than necessary safeguards against real dangers. Why spend decades learning not to use power when the threats that power was meant to address had not manifested in living memory? The Greybeards addressed this challenge through careful preservation of historical knowledge, ensuring that every student learned in detail about the Tongue-warlord era and its horrors. They maintained archives documenting the devastation, collected testimonies from those who had lived through it, required students to study the philosophical arguments that had occurred at the conclave of the voice. The goal was to make the past feel present, to help students understand viscerally rather than intellectually why the restrictions mattered. This approach succeeded more often than it failed, though occasional students left unconvinced, certain they would be different, that they could use the voice regularly without falling into the patterns that had consumed their predecessors. The rare instances when former students or self-taught tongues did abuse the voice outside Greybeard's supervision provided grim validation of the Order's approach. These incidents, though infrequent, demonstrated that the dangers Jurgen had identified remained real possibilities rather than ancient history. A tongue drunk on their own power could still devastate communities, could still descend into tyranny, could still prove that the capacity to reshape reality through speech corroded human judgment in ways that other forms of power did not. Each such incident reinforced the Greybeards' teachings while also creating immense sadness among the masters, who saw every fallen tongue as a failure of their mission to protect both the voice and those who learned it. The Greybeards developed protocols for dealing with rogue tongues that balanced their commitment to non-violence with the reality that some threats required forceful response. When a tongue began misusing their abilities, the order would first attempt intervention through persuasion and teaching, sending masters to counsel the individual and help them return to proper practice. If persuasion failed and the rogue tongue's actions crossed into the category of supernatural threat requiring response, the Greybeards would escalate to containment, using their superior mastery to neutralize the threat through overwhelming but non-lethal vocal force. Only in the most extreme cases, when a rogue tongue posed existential danger and could not be restrained through other means, would the Greybeards consider lethal response, and even then the decision required consensus among the entire order. These confrontations were agonizing for all involved, representing failures of the system the Greybeards had dedicated their lives to maintaining. Every rogue tongue was someone they had either trained and lost, or failed to reach before self-teaching led to corruption. The masters involved in neutralizing these threats carried lasting trauma from using the voice in aggression, even justified aggression, against other humans. Some never fully recovered, spending the rest of their lives in deeper isolation and more intensive meditation as they tried to process what they had been forced to do. The Order's influence on broader Nordic culture extended into unexpected domains, particularly in how Nords thought about power and its proper use. The Greybeard example established a cultural pattern where the strongest individuals were expected to show the greatest restraint, where capability created obligation to avoid demonstrating that capability unnecessarily. This principle filtered down into conventional warrior culture, where the most skilled fighters were praised not just for victories, but for knowing when to walk away from battles, for choosing not to fight when fighting was avoidable. The ideal Nordic warrior increasingly resembled the Greybeard model, scaled down to conventional abilities, strong enough to win but wise enough to seek alternatives to violence. This cultural shift was not universal or complete. Nordic society remained fundamentally martial, still celebrating battlefield prowess and military achievement. But the Greybeard influence added layers of nuance to these celebrations, created space for wisdom and restraint to be valued alongside strength and courage. A Jarl who negotiated peace was now respected as much as one who won wars, provided the negotiation came from position of strength rather than weakness. A warrior who declined a duel was not automatically shamed if the refusal reflected genuine principle rather than cowardice. The culture became more complex, capable of distinguishing between different forms of strength. The 7,000 steps leading to High Hrothgar became a pilgrimage route, a spiritual journey that Nords undertook to demonstrate devotion or seek guidance, or simply test themselves against the brutal climb. The Greybeards welcomed pilgrims, but maintained strict boundaries about what visitors could access. The monastery's outer courts received guests who had made the ascent, offering shelter and water, and opportunity to meditate in a sacred space. The inner sanctums remained closed to all except the order itself, preserving the privacy necessary for masters to practice their discipline without performing for audiences. Some pilgrims made the journey, hoping to convince the Greybeards to intervene in personal situations, bringing stories of injustice or tragedy that they believed warranted vocal response. These petitioners were always treated with compassion, but almost never received the intervention they sought, as individual misfortunes, no matter how heartbreaking, did not meet the threshold for voice usage. The Greybeards would offer counsel, would sometimes write letters on behalf of petitioners to authorities who might help through conventional means, would pray for solutions, and offer what comfort their presence could provide. but they would not shout away problems simply because they possessed the ability to do so. This consistent refusal to deploy the voice for individual benefit, even when doing so would cost the Greybeards nothing and provide enormous benefit to desperate people, constituted perhaps their hardest teaching. It demonstrated that their restraint was principled rather than convenient, that they were willing to endure being seen as callous or unhelpful, rather than compromise the boundaries that kept the voice sacred. Some petitioners left angry, feeling they had been failed by masters who possessed power to help but chose not to use it. Others left with deeper understanding, recognizing that the Greybeards' consistency was exactly what made them trustworthy guardians of such dangerous knowledge. The relationship between the Greybeards and Nordic monarchy evolved into a careful balance of mutual respect and clear boundaries. Kings and high kings knew better than to command the order or expect them to serve political agendas. But they also understood that the Greybeards' endorsement carried weight that could stabilize or destabilize rule. When succession disputes arose, when questions of legitimacy threatened civil war, monarchs increasingly sought Greybeard mediation, not because the order held political authority, but because their neutrality and spiritual standing made their judgments acceptable to competing factions. The Greybeards approached these requests cautiously, understanding that mediating political disputes risked entangling them in exactly the kind of worldly affairs they had withdrawn from society to avoid. They developed criteria for when involvement was appropriate, generally limiting themselves to situations where their refusal to engage would lead to violence on scales that threatened Skyrim's stability. Even then, they offered mediation rather than judgment, facilitated dialogue rather than imposed solutions, maintained their role as neutral arbiters rather than becoming political actors themselves. This delicate balance occasionally failed. Situations where Greybeard involvement inadvertently created political complications, or where their refusal to engage enabled outcomes they found troubling. These failures haunted the order, generating intense internal debate about whether they had drawn their boundaries correctly, whether their commitment to neutrality sometimes enabled injustices they could have prevented. The discussions never produced definitive answers, as the fundamental tension was unresolvable. The moment the Greybeards began actively shaping political outcomes, they would become political actors, and political actors with reality-warping abilities inevitably became exactly what the order existed to prevent. The preservation of voice-related knowledge became an increasingly important aspect of the Greybeards' mission, as dragon attacks faded into distant memory. The Order maintained extensive archives documenting not just the words of power themselves, but the history of their use, the philosophy underlying proper practice, the cautionary tales of those who had fallen into misuse. These archives were considered sacred texts, accessible only to members of the Order, and closely guarded against theft or unauthorized copying. The Greybeards understood that written knowledge of the voice, if it fell into wrong hands, could enable individuals to attempt self-teaching with all the dangers that implied. This protective approach created tension with scholars and mages who viewed knowledge as something to be shared and studied rather than hoarded and restricted. Academic institutions across Tamriel contained researchers who would have loved access to Greybeard archives, who argued that understanding the voice could advance magical theory and linguistic knowledge even for those who had no intention of actually learning to shout. The Greybeards consistently refused these requests, maintaining that the voice was not an academic subject, but a sacred trust, and that casual study by those who had not undertaken the necessary spiritual preparation would inevitably lead to misunderstanding and misuse. The Order's success in maintaining this restrictive approach for centuries demonstrated both their dedication and the respect Nordic society had developed for their judgment. In a world where knowledge generally spread through trade and travel and conquest, where magical techniques learned in one region eventually found their way across continents, The voice remained remarkably contained. This containment was never absolute. Scattered individuals across the ages learned fragments of dragon language and achieved limited tune effects through study and practice. But comprehensive mastery remained effectively locked within the Greybeard tradition, available only to those willing to submit to decades of training under masters who emphasized restraint as much as capability. As the centuries accumulated and the Greybeard order became an established fixture of Nordic culture, the living connection to Jurgen Windcaller himself faded into legend. The masters who had known him personally aged and died, replaced by students who had learned from his students, who in turn taught another generation further removed from the source. This created the inevitable challenge all spiritual traditions face, maintaining fidelity to founding principles while adapting to changing circumstances, preserving essential teaching while avoiding ossification into meaningless ritual. The Greybeards addressed this challenge through careful balance of tradition and evolution. The core practices Jurgen had established remained unchanged, considered so fundamental that altering them would constitute abandoning the way of the voice entirely. But surrounding these core practices, the order allowed for development and refinement, encouraged masters to bring their own insights and experiences to bear on teaching methods and philosophical understanding. This approach kept the tradition alive rather than fossilized, ensured that each generation made the teaching their own rather than merely mimicking behaviors whose meaning they no longer grasped. The Greybeard order that emerged from these centuries of development was simultaneously exactly what Jurgen had envisioned, and something he could never have fully anticipated. The fundamental commitment to restraint and sacred purpose remained absolutely consistent with his teaching, but the institutional structures, the detailed protocols, the sophisticated theological framework, the integration into Nordic cultural and political life, all of this represented evolution beyond anything the original masters had explicitly designed. The order had become a living tradition, growing and adapting while maintaining its essential nature, proving that wisdom could be preserved across generations without becoming calcified dogma. The climactic test of everything the Greybeards had built, the moment that would validate or invalidate centuries of philosophy and practice, came not through gradual development, but through sudden catastrophe that no one had prepared for, because it should have been impossible. Dragons, the ancient enemies whose defeat had justified the voice's existence, the supernatural threats whose potential return was the only circumstance that clearly warranted vocal response, had been gone for so long that many Nords had begun treating them as mythology rather than history. The Dragon War existed in songs and stories, its reality fading into the same category as other legends, whose truth was debatable and ultimately unimportant to daily life. Then, in the year that would later be marked as the beginning of the Fourth Era's final decades, dragons returned to Skyrim not as isolated individuals, but as an organized force led by Alduin himself, the World Eater, whose original tyranny had justified everything that followed. The Dova, who had been driven into hiding millennia ago, emerged from their refuges with rage accumulated across centuries, seeking to reclaim dominion over the land they still considered rightfully theirs. This was not a conventional military threat that the Greybeards could righteously ignore. This was exactly the scenario the voice had been preserved to address, the circumstance that justified breaking centuries of silence and deploying power that had remained carefully unused through generations of restraint. The Greybeards' response to Dragon Return revealed both the strengths and limitations of the philosophy they had spent so long perfecting. On one hand, they immediately recognized their obligation to act, understanding that defending against dragon tyranny was precisely why the voice existed and why they had maintained mastery across centuries. On the other hand, they discovered that their commitment to restraint and their withdrawal from active combat had created complications they had not fully anticipated. These were masters who had trained for decades to not use their abilities, who had become extraordinarily proficient at restraint, but who had not maintained the kind of aggressive combat readiness that actual warfare required. The contrast with the Dragon War tongues, who had originally defeated the Dova, was stark and troubling. Those ancient warriors had used the voice constantly, had developed their combat abilities through continuous practice against the most dangerous opponents imaginable, had maintained edge and aggression that made them effective dragon killers, despite the massive power differential. The Greybeards possessed superior technical mastery, better understanding of the voice's nature, more sophisticated control over its effects, but they had become defensive specialists, masters of restraint and protection, and precise application of minimal necessary force. Hunting dragons required different capabilities, offensive aggression and willingness to deploy maximum violence, qualities the Greybeards had deliberately trained themselves away from. This created a profound dilemma for the Order. They could not simply descend from High Hrothgar and begin slaughtering dragons, not just because doing so would require psychological transformation they were unsure they could achieve, but because deploying the voice aggressively on that scale risked proving that all the concerns about vocal power corrupting its wielders were valid, even for Greybeards. If they began using the voice in sustained offensive warfare, would they be able to return to restraint afterward? Or would they discover that the old patterns reasserted themselves? That once you started solving problems by shouting them into submission, the habit became impossible to break. The situation grew more complicated with the emergence of the last Dragonborn, an individual who possessed the ability to absorb dragon souls and learn their knowledge directly rather than through years of disciplined study. This person represented everything the Greybeards had trained to prevent someone gaining enormous Thu'um power rapidly, without the spiritual preparation necessary to use it responsibly. Yet this same person also represented perhaps the only realistic chance of defeating Alduin, as the Dragonborn's unique abilities made them far more capable of hunting dragons than even Master Greybeards who had optimized for restraint rather than aggression. The Greybeards' decision to train the Dragonborn while maintaining their principles created one of the most challenging periods in the Order's history. They needed to teach someone whose very nature bypassed the careful progression that had kept previous students from being overwhelmed by power they were not ready to handle. They needed to convey in compressed time frame the wisdom that normally took decades to develop. They needed to prepare a weapon against dragons, while also trying to ensure that weapon did not become another Tongue-warlord once the dragon threat was eliminated. The training they provided reflected this impossible balance. They taught the Dragonborn words of power, while simultaneously trying to instill the philosophy of restraint, attempting to compress centuries of Greybeard wisdom into a teaching period measured in months rather than decades. They emphasized over and over that the voice was sacred, that its use required justification, that power without discipline led inevitably to tragedy. Whether these lessons took hold, whether the Dragonborn internalized the principles, or merely learned techniques while ignoring the philosophy, the Greybeards could not know with certainty. They could only teach as best they could, and hope that their example would influence someone whose nature made them fundamentally different from every other student the Order had trained. The Greybeards themselves maintained their vows even as dragons burned. Skyrim around them, an act of faith that struck many observers as suicidal stubbornness. They did not descend from High Hrothgar to hunt dragons, did not deploy the voice offensively except in the most limited defensive circumstances, did not allow the crisis to break their discipline even when breaking it might have saved lives. This restraint was not callousness. but commitment to principles they believed were more important than immediate tactical advantages. If the Greybeards abandoned the way of the voice during the crisis, if they proved that their philosophy only held during peacetime, then everything they represented would be exposed as performance rather than genuine wisdom. Their faith was rewarded, though not in ways they could have predicted. The Dragonborn, whatever other qualities they possessed, proved capable of defeating dragons through a combination of absorbed knowledge and conventional combat ability that did not require Greybeard intervention. Alduin himself fell not to the combined might of the Order, but to this single exceptional individual whose unique nature made them the right tool for this specific threat. The Greybeards had preserved their principles while also fulfilling their ultimate purpose, had maintained the way of the voice while also ensuring that the voice accomplished what it was meant to accomplish. Yet victory came with profound questions that the Order would spend years processing. Had they been right to maintain restraint, even when action might have prevented suffering? Would more aggressive intervention have shortened the crisis and saved lives, even if doing so risked corrupting the masters who intervened? Was their philosophy truly validated by events? Or had they simply been fortunate that the Dragonborn existed and succeeded? These questions had no definitive answers, existed in the realm of counterfactuals and might have beens that could never be resolved through argument or evidence. What remained undeniable was that the Greybeards had survived the greatest test of their tradition and emerged with their core principles intact. They had faced the return of the very threats their power was meant to counter, and had done so without abandoning the restraint that defined them. They had proven that the way of the voice could maintain itself even under extreme pressure, that centuries of practice and philosophy produced resilience that mere combat training never could. Whether this constituted success depended on what one valued more, the purity of philosophical commitment or the practical outcomes of specific interventions. The Greybeards had chosen philosophy, and Skyrim had survived regardless. The aftermath of Alduin's defeat saw the Greybeards returning to their patterns of silence and discipline, treating the dragon crisis as an interruption rather than a fundamental change to their mission. They resumed training students according to methods that had worked for centuries, maintained their monastery as they always had, continued serving as spiritual authorities for a culture that still respected their choices, even when not fully understanding them. The dragons might return again someday, or other threats might emerge requiring the voice's deployment. Until then, the masters would practice the art of not speaking, would preserve power through its restraint, would demonstrate that the strongest voice was the one that chose silence over shouting. The resolution of the dragon crisis left Skyrim fundamentally altered in ways that took years to fully manifest. The land had survived Alduin's return, but survival came with scars, both visible and invisible, that would shape Nordic society for generations. Cities bore marks of dragon attacks, entire districts reduced to rubble and ash. The countryside was dotted with mass graves where villages had been incinerated so completely that identifying individual dead became impossible. The economy, already strained by civil war between imperial loyalists and Stormcloak rebels, collapsed further under the weight of reconstruction costs that exceeded anything the holds could reasonably afford. The Greybeards found their role in post-crisis Skyrim more complicated than their position had been before Alduin's return. During the dragon threat, their purpose had been clear, and their restraint, while debated, at least made philosophical sense to most observers. Now, with dragons again reduced to scattered individuals rather than organized threat, questions emerged about what exactly the Order existed to do. They had spent centuries preparing for a crisis that had come and passed, had maintained capabilities that proved less directly relevant than anyone expected, and now faced an uncertain future where their traditional role seemed potentially obsolete. The emergence of the Dragonborn as a figure independent of Greybeard control created additional complications. Here was someone who possessed voice abilities that rivaled or exceeded what the Order's masters had achieved through decades of training. Someone who had gained this power through dragon soul absorption rather than disciplined study. And someone who had proven capable of using the voice aggressively in ways the Greybeards had spent centuries avoiding without apparently suffering the corruption that was supposed to inevitably follow such use. This individual's very existence challenged core assumptions about why the Greybeard approach was necessary. Some younger tongues within the Order, and those training at High Hrothgar, began asking uncomfortable questions. If the Dragonborn could use the voice extensively in combat without becoming a tyrant, perhaps the concerns about vocal power corrupting its wielders were overstated. If someone could learn words of power rapidly without requiring decades of spiritual preparation, perhaps the extended training period was unnecessary tradition rather than essential safeguard. If Skyrim's salvation came not from the Order's careful preservation of knowledge, but from a unique individual who operated outside their system entirely, what exactly was the point of maintaining the system at all? The senior Greybeards responded to these challenges by emphasizing the distinction between the Dragonborn and ordinary mortals. The Dragonborn possessed a nature fundamentally different from anyone else who learned the voice, literally carrying dragon soul that gave them relationship to the Thuum that no amount of training could replicate. What worked for this unique individual could not be safely generalized to regular humans who lacked that draconic essence. The Dragonborn was an exception that proved the rule rather than evidence the rule was wrong, a special case that had no bearing on how ordinary people should approach vocal power. This argument satisfied some questioners, but felt to others like special pleading, a way to avoid acknowledging that the crisis had revealed limitations in the Greybeard philosophy. The debate was not hostile or schismatic. The Order's culture of respectful discourse and deep meditation prevented disagreements from fragmenting the Brotherhood. But genuine uncertainty existed about whether the way of the voice required evolution to remain relevant, or whether the ancient wisdom needed preserving exactly as it had always been practiced. The material reconstruction of Skyrim proceeded slowly, hampered by ongoing political instability and the sheer scale of destruction that needed addressing. Holds that had lost entire towns to dragonfire lacked the population and resources to rebuild without external assistance. Yet the Civil War meant that such assistance often came with political strings attached. The Empire offered reconstruction aid in exchange for continued loyalty, while Stormcloak leadership promised resources to those who supported independence. Communities found themselves choosing political positions based less on genuine preference than on which side could provide the materials and labor necessary for survival. The Greybeards maintained strict neutrality throughout this political maneuvering, refusing to endorse either faction despite pressure from both sides to use their spiritual authority in support of one position or another. This neutrality was consistent with their long-standing approach to political matters, but it frustrated leaders who believed the Order's endorsement could tip the balance of the Civil War and enable a resolution that would allow more effective crisis recovery. The Greybeards understood this frustration, but held firm to the principle that involving themselves in factional conflicts, even with good intentions, would compromise the neutrality that made them trustworthy arbiters in other contexts. The human cost of the overlapping crises extended beyond physical casualties into psychological trauma that pervaded Nordic society. Entire generations had grown up with security and stability, the dragon threat existing only in ancient history, and the Greybeards representing abstract spiritual concept rather than active necessity. Then suddenly, within a span of years, these same people watched the world burn, saw creatures from nightmare made real, experienced the collapse of everything they had assumed was permanent. The psychological adjustment required to process this disruption proved in many ways harder than the physical reconstruction. The Greybeards, through their training in managing psychological responses to power and trauma, found themselves serving as informal counselors to communities struggling with collective trauma. Masters who descended from High Hrothgar on rare journeys through the lowlands discovered that simply being present, offering silent witness to suffering without trying to fix it through intervention, provided comfort in ways that more active assistance could not. There was something healing about encountering someone who possessed power to destroy, but chose instead to sit quietly and listen, who did not minimize pain or rush toward solutions, but simply acknowledged that some wounds required time and care, rather than immediate action. This therapeutic role was never formalized or made explicit, as the Greybeards did not want to position themselves as healers or counselors in ways that might create dependency. But the accidental service they provided through simply being who they were, through embodying principles of restraint and wisdom in a world that felt chaotic and threatening, carried value that exceeded anything they could have accomplished through deliberate intervention. Sometimes the most helpful thing someone can do is demonstrate through their own example that stability and principle can persist even when everything else seems to be falling apart. The relationship between the Greybeards and the Dragonborn. Assuming the Dragonborn survived the crisis and remained in Skyrim, evolved in unpredictable directions. The Order had trained this individual in the basics of the Way of the Voice, had tried to instill philosophy along with technique, but ultimately had no authority over someone whose power came from sources beyond their control. The Dragonborn could choose to honor the teaching they had received, or could ignore it completely, could become the responsible wielder of power the Greybeards hoped for, or could prove that all their fears about rapid power accumulation were justified. The Greybeards watched this individual's choices with the anxiety of teachers whose student has graduated beyond their influence, but whose future actions will reflect on the teaching they received. If the Dragonborn used the voice responsibly, with restraint and purpose, it validated the Greybeard approach and demonstrated that their wisdom could be transmitted even in compressed time frames to exceptional individuals. If the Dragonborn became another Tongue-warlord, using vocal power to dominate and control, it suggested that the Order's teaching was insufficient without the extended preparation they normally required, and that they had failed in their most important mission when it mattered most. The internal life of High Hrothgar during these turbulent years reflected the broader uncertainties affecting Skyrim. The monastery that had existed in relative stability for centuries suddenly found itself processing rapid changes and unclear futures. Older masters who had spent lifetimes in contemplative silence struggled with the sense that their world was shifting in ways they could not fully comprehend. Younger students wondered whether they were training for relevance or obsolescence, whether the skills and wisdom they were developing would matter in whatever Skyrim emerged from the current chaos. The daily practices continued unchanged regardless of external circumstances, as they had for centuries. The Greybeards still rose before dawn for meditation, still performed breathing exercises that took hours, still communicated primarily through gesture and writing to preserve their discipline of silence. The routines provided anchor points, reminders that some truths transcended immediate crises, that the work of mastering oneself remained necessary regardless of what happened in the world below. The monastery's persistence in maintaining its rhythms while everything around it convulsed spoke to commitment that went deeper than mere tradition. Yet even within this continuity, shifts occurred that marked the crisis as a genuine inflection point. The archives were reorganized and expanded, masters dedicating time to documenting everything that had happened during Alduin's return, so that future generations would have detailed accounts rather than the fragmentary legends that had made the original Dragon War difficult to fully understand. The training curriculum was examined and refined, masters asking themselves honestly what had worked and what had proven insufficient when theory met reality. The philosophical discussions that had always been part of Greybeard life took on new urgency as fundamental questions about purpose and practice demanded fresh consideration. One significant development was increased attention to the question of how the voice related to other forms of power and magic. Historically, the Greybeards had treated the voice as categorically distinct from conventional magic, operating on entirely different principles. The Dragon Crisis had demonstrated interactions between Thu'um and other magical systems that raised questions about whether this categorical distinction was as absolute as tradition suggested. The Dragonborn's ability to combine voice with other abilities, to integrate shouts into combat styles that also incorporated weapons and spells, showed possibilities that the Greybeards had not seriously explored because their commitment to restraint meant they rarely deployed the voice alongside other capabilities. This realization prompted some masters to wonder whether the Order's isolation had created blind spots, areas where their understanding remained limited precisely because they had deliberately avoided certain kinds of practice and experimentation. The conclusion was not that the Greybeards should abandon restraint and begin actively experimenting with aggressive voice applications. Rather, they recognized that their knowledge, while deep in certain domains, was not comprehensive, and that humility about the limits of their understanding was appropriate and necessary. The question of succession and continuity took on new weight as the older generation of masters aged toward death and needed to ensure their wisdom passed to students who would maintain it faithfully. Every spiritual tradition faces this challenge, the difficulty of transmitting understanding that goes beyond mere technical knowledge to encompass ways of being that resist verbal instruction. The Greybeards had always managed this through extended apprenticeship, students spending so much time with masters that they absorbed wisdom through osmosis as much as explicit teaching. But the crisis had disrupted these timelines, had created pressure to train people more quickly, and the masters worried about whether compressed instruction could preserve everything that needed preserving. Some of the oldest masters, those who had lived through previous crises, though none as severe as Alduin's return, counseled patience and trust in the process they had refined over centuries. They reminded younger masters that every generation had worried about whether the next would prove capable of maintaining the tradition, and every generation so far had managed. The way of the voice had survived because it was resilient, because it spoke to something fundamental in human nature rather than depending on particular individuals or specific circumstances. As long as the core practices continued, as long as new students encountered masters who embodied the principles rather than merely talking about them, the tradition would persist. Other voices within the order argued for more active adaptation, suggesting that tradition required evolution to remain vital rather than becoming fossilized. They proposed innovations like creating written materials that could convey philosophical concepts more systematically, establishing branch monasteries in other locations to distribute knowledge more widely, accepting students who could not commit to lifetime residence at High Hrothgar, but might benefit from shortened intensive training. These proposals generated extensive discussion, as any changes to established practice required careful consideration of whether they enhanced or undermined the fundamental mission. The debates within High Hrothgar never became acrimonious or schismatic, because the shared commitment to the way of the voice ran deeper than any tactical disagreements about how to preserve it. All the masters agreed on core principles, even when disagreeing about specific implementations. They all believed the voice was sacred and required restraint. They all thought power should be used only with careful justification. They all felt that mastery consisted primarily of choosing not to act rather than capability to act. These shared foundations meant that debates, while genuine and sometimes intense, occurred within a framework of mutual respect and common purpose that prevented fracturing. The relationship between High Hrothgar and the rest of Skyrim evolved as the immediate crisis faded and life began returning to something approaching normalcy. The monastery had always existed somewhat apart from mainstream Nordic society, a destination for pilgrims and a resource in extreme circumstances, but not intimately involved in daily life. The dragon crisis had temporarily increased the Order's visibility and relevance, thrust them into closer engagement with events unfolding in the lowlands. As the immediate threat receded, the question arose of whether this increased engagement should continue or whether the Greybeards should return to their previous distance. The masters were divided on this question, some believing that the crisis had revealed ways they could serve Skyrim more actively without compromising their principles. Others worried that increased engagement would inevitably draw them into exactly the kind of worldly entanglements they had withdrawn from society to avoid. The compromise that emerged maintained the Order's essential character, while acknowledging changed circumstances. The Greybeards would not seek out involvement in political or social affairs, but they would be more responsive when consulted, more willing to offer guidance and mediation, more present in subtle ways that fell short of active intervention but exceeded their previous isolation. This adjustment was facilitated by the simple reality that Skyrim, in the aftermath of overlapping crises, needed sources of wisdom and stability that transcended factional politics. The Jarls and their counselors, the priests and merchants, the ordinary people trying to rebuild lives from ruins, they all grappled with questions that had no clear answers and choices, where every option carried substantial risks. The Greybeards could not and did not solve these problems, but their willingness to listen, to offer perspective shaped by centuries of contemplative practice, to serve as reminder that some values transcended immediate circumstances, filled needs that more direct forms of assistance could not address. The economic support system that sustained High Hrothgar adapted to change conditions in the lowlands. Many of the communities that had traditionally provided supplies to the monastery had been destroyed or severely damaged during the crisis, disrupting centuries-old relationships. The Greybeards responded by accepting aid from a broader range of sources, while also reducing their already minimal needs where possible. They cultivated small gardens in the brief mountain summer, preserved food with greater efficiency, made do with less so that the burden on supporting communities would be lighter during reconstruction. This further reduction in material needs, while practically motivated, also served as spiritual teaching for the younger masters, learning to live with almost nothing, to find sufficiency in conditions that most people would consider deprivation, reinforced lessons about discipline and restraint in tangible ways. It was easy to preach about not needing worldly goods while living in comfortable conditions. It was harder, but more meaningful to actually experience going without, and discovering that survival, and even contentment remained possible with far less than most people assumed was necessary. The training of new students continued, despite all the disruptions and subtleties, because the Greybeards understood that their mission extended across generations, rather than being tied to immediate circumstances. Young people still arrived at High Hrothgar, seeking to learn the way of the voice, some called by visions or inexplicable compulsions, others sent by families or communities who recognized unusual talents that required specialized training. The masters evaluated each candidate carefully, knowing that accepting someone for training meant taking responsibility for shaping a life across decades, and that this responsibility should never be accepted lightly. The selection criteria remained rigorous. Perhaps even more so after the crisis, as the masters reflected on what qualities enabled students to succeed versus fail. Raw talent for the voice was necessary but insufficient. Many naturally gifted tongues had fallen into misuse, precisely because their abilities developed faster than their wisdom. Humility was essential. The capacity to recognize that possessing power created obligation rather than privilege. Patience mattered enormously, as the training required decades of repetitive practice that would drive anyone seeking quick results to frustration. Most important was what the masters called right relationship with power, an intuitive understanding that capability should be measured by restraint rather than demonstration. Those accepted into training discovered immediately that they had committed to something far more demanding than conventional education. The Greybeards did not coddle students or make training comfortable. They created conditions deliberately designed to test commitment and reveal character under stress. Students who could not endure were better off discovering this early and leaving before investing years in a path they ultimately could not complete. Those who persisted found that the difficulties served purpose, that every challenge they overcame increased their capacity to face the greater challenges that would come as their power developed. The cultural memory of the Dragon Crisis began its inevitable transformation from lived experience into legend, even while people who had survived it still walked the streets. Stories were already being embellished. Dangers exaggerated, heroism amplified beyond what actually occurred. The Greybeards watched this process with mixed feelings, understanding that it was natural and inevitable, but also concerned about how distorted memory might lead to distorted lessons. They made efforts to preserve accurate accounts while recognizing that competing with the emotional power of dramatic retellings was nearly impossible. One particular concern was that the crisis would be remembered primarily as a story about the Dragonborn's heroism, with all the complexity and collective effort that actually enabled survival reduced to a simple narrative about one exceptional individual saving everyone. This kind of hero worship, while understandable, created dangerous precedents by suggesting that salvation came from extraordinary individuals rather than from communities working together and making difficult choices. The Greybeards tried when possible to emphasize the broader context, to highlight the contributions of ordinary people who had fought and sacrificed, to insist that even the Dragonborn succeeded only because countless others supported them in ways both visible and invisible. The future of the Greybeard Order remained uncertain, in ways that both troubled and invigorated its members. On one hand, uncertainty about purpose and relevance created existential anxiety. Questions about whether their long tradition would continue or gradually fade as Skyrim evolved in directions that rendered their particular approach obsolete. On the other hand, uncertainty also created space for renewal and adaptation, opportunities to examine practices that had remained unchanged for so long that their original purposes had been forgotten, chances to discover whether ancient wisdom could speak to contemporary challenges in fresh ways. What remained constant beneath all the uncertainty was the core commitment that had defined the order, since Jurgen Windcaller first climbed into the mountains seeking silence. The voice was sacred. Power required restraint. Mastery meant choosing not to act more often than choosing to act. These principles had guided the Greybeards through centuries of change and would continue guiding them through whatever futures awaited. The specific forms might evolve, the practices might adapt, the relationship with broader society might shift, but the essential truth, at the heart of everything, that the strongest voice was the one that spoke only when necessary and remained silent all the rest of the time. That truth would persist as long as even one master remained to embody it. The epilogue of the Greybeard story is necessarily incomplete because the story itself continues. High Hrothgar still stands on its mountain. The 7,000 steps still climb toward wisdom and discipline. The masters still practice their art of not speaking. The legacy they preserve extends far beyond the specific techniques of dragon language or the practical applications of vocal power. What they maintain is something more fundamental and more necessary. a living demonstration that humans can possess godlike abilities without becoming monsters, that power can be channeled through principle rather than simply deployed for advantage, and that sometimes the most important thing someone can do is deliberately choose to do nothing at all. The voices that shaped Skyrim were not the ones that shouted loudest or destroyed most completely. They were the voices that learned to whisper, that discovered power in restraint, that found strength in silence. The Greybeards proved across centuries that mastery was not about capability, but about choice. Not about what you could do, but about what you decided not to do. They transformed a weapon that had nearly destroyed their civilization into a source of wisdom and stability, taking the very thing that had threatened to tear Nordic society apart, and making it instead into the foundation for a philosophy that elevated restraint above demonstration. Their secret history is not really secret at all, but simply forgotten by most, obscured by time, and the human tendency to remember dramatic action more readily than principled inaction. The truth is available to anyone willing to climb the 7,000 steps, to sit in silence with masters who have spent lifetimes perfecting the art of not speaking, to learn that the voice they preserve has less to do with sound than with the space between sounds, the pause before speech, where intention crystallizes and choice becomes possible. The winds that blow across the throat of the world carry their teachings still, wordless lessons about power and responsibility, about the difference between strength and wisdom, about why the mightiest warriors are often those who never draw their weapons. These truths are not unique to the voice or to Nordic culture. They speak to something universal in human experience, the eternal tension between capability and restraint, between what we can do and what we should do, between the ease of action and the difficulty of principled inaction. Perhaps the deepest secret the Greybeards guard is not any word of power or combat technique, but the simple recognition that every person possesses their own voice, their own capacity to shape reality through how they choose to speak and act and be in the world. The film is merely an extreme version of something everyone experiences, the way our words and choices ripple outward to affect everything around us in ways we rarely stop to consider. The Greybeards have spent centuries learning to take responsibility for those ripples, to ensure that when they speak it is with intention and purpose, rather than carelessness or impulse. Their story continues in the silence between shouts, in the breath held before speaking, in the moment of choice that separates masters from those who merely possess power. High Hrothgar endures not as a fortress or a school, but as a reminder that some truths require preservation across generations, even when their immediate utility is not apparent. The Greybeards wait in their mountain halls, practicing disciplines that most will never understand, maintaining capabilities they hope never to use, demonstrating daily that the greatest strength sometimes consists of simply being present without acting, of holding power without deploying it, of speaking only when silence would be more harmful than any words could be. The last truth worth contemplating is that the Greybeards' greatest gift to Skyrim was not the protection they provided against dragons or the wisdom they offered in times of crisis. It was the example they set, generation after generation, of humans choosing to be better than their capabilities allowed them to be without consequence. They proved that consciousness and principle could triumph over instinct and opportunity. That civilization required not just law and governance, but also individuals willing to internalize restrictions that external authority could never enforce. They showed that trust could be earned through consistency. That spiritual authority came from demonstrated commitment to ideals, even at personal cost, and that the most powerful voices were those that spoke the least, because they had learned to say everything that mattered through how they lived rather than through what they shouted. The wind moves through High Hrothgar's halls, carrying no words but speaking volumes to those who have learned to listen. The Greybeards remain, patient and silent, waiting for the next threat that might justify breaking their discipline, while hoping such threats never come. And in their waiting, in their practiced restraint, in their daily choice to hold back forces that could reshape the world, they continue to shape Skyrim more profoundly than any amount of shouting ever could. Their secret history is written not in archives or songs, but in the spaces between actions, in the violence that never occurred because someone chose restraint, in the lives saved by power that remained deliberately unused. It is a history that will never be fully told, because its greatest moments are the ones where nothing happened, where masters felt the urge to intervene and released it, where the world continued turning because someone with the power to stop it decided that the greatest wisdom lay in letting it turn. The centuries that followed Alduin's defeat brought Skyrim into an era where the Greybeards faced challenges more insidious than any dragon attack, threats that could not be countered through vocal power because they emerged from within Nordic culture itself. The gradual erosion of traditional values, the slow drift toward materialism and political cynicism, the fading of spiritual practices that had once anchored communities in something larger than immediate self-interest. These represented dangers the voice could not address. The Greybeards discovered that their role was evolving from guardians against supernatural threats into something more subtle and perhaps more essential, keepers of memory in a culture increasingly eager to forget its own foundations. The economic development of Skyrim brought prosperity that previous generations could barely have imagined. Trade networks expanded. Cities grew. New technologies and magical innovations increased quality of life for many Nords. This progress was genuine and valuable, lifting people out of poverty and creating opportunities that had not existed before. Yet prosperity brought its own complications, chief among them the tendency for comfortable people to view the harsh disciplines and sacrifices of previous eras as unnecessary relics rather than hard-won wisdom. Why maintain austere practices when abundance was available? Why practice restraint when indulgence carried no obvious negative consequences? The Greybeards watched younger generations of Nords developing relationships with power and pleasure that troubled the masters profoundly. Not because the order opposed happiness or prosperity, but because they recognized patterns that had played out before, understood from centuries of observation how quickly comfort could erode the psychological resilience that survival in Skyrim required. The harsh land demanded toughness, demanded the capacity to endure suffering without breaking, demanded willingness to sacrifice immediate gratification for long-term survival. These qualities developed through practice and necessity, and when necessity faded, the practice often faded with it unless deliberately maintained. The pilgrimage tradition to High Hrothgar began declining as fewer young Nords felt compelled to test themselves against the 7,000 steps. The climb remained as brutal as ever, the monastery as remote and austere. But these qualities stopped seeming like opportunities for growth and started seeming like pointless suffering. Why struggle up a mountain in freezing wind when you could learn whatever wisdom the Greybeards possessed from books or visiting scholars who brought their teaching down to more accessible locations? The question reflected fundamental misunderstanding of what the pilgrimage offered, but correcting that misunderstanding required experiencing something that people increasingly chose to avoid. The Greybeards did not chase after those who stopped coming, did not modify their practices to make them more appealing or accessible, did not compromise the difficulty that made their teaching effective. They maintained High Hrothgar exactly as it had always been, understanding that their role was to preserve rather than to popularize, to remain available for those who sought what they offered rather than to force their wisdom on those content with easier paths. This approach meant accepting that their influence would wane during prosperous times, that their teaching would seem most relevant precisely when circumstances made following it most difficult. The philosophical challenge this created for the order ran deep. If their purpose was to serve Skyrim and Nordic culture, should they not adapt their approach to reach people where they actually were, rather than demanding people come to the mountain? Should wisdom not be made accessible, rather than locked behind barriers of physical hardship and decades of training? These questions generated extensive internal debate among masters who genuinely wanted their knowledge to benefit as many people as possible, while also recognizing that some truths could not be transmitted except through direct experience of the kind that required significant sacrifice to obtain. The resolution they reached acknowledged the tension without fully resolving it. The Greybeards would continue maintaining High Hrothgar as it had always existed, preserving the full depth of their tradition for those willing to fully commit. But they would also begin accepting that their teaching could manifest in graduated forms, that not everyone needed to become a master for Greybeard wisdom to influence their lives. A merchant who climbed the steps once and absorbed even a fraction of what the monastery represented might live differently than one who never made the attempt. A jarl who consulted with Greybeards on ethical questions might govern more wisely, even without personally mastering the voice. Influence could be indirect and partial, while still being valuable. This recognition led to subtle changes in how the order engaged with visitors and petitioners. Where previously the Greybeards had maintained almost total silence with casual visitors, now they began speaking more, offering brief teachings that did not require years of preparation to understand. They developed what came to be called the lesser meditations, practices that ordinary Nords could incorporate into daily life without becoming monks. Techniques for mindful breathing and conscious speech that reflected Greybeard principles scaled to realistic expectations for people who had not devoted their entire existence to mastering them. The masters who developed these accessible teachings walked a delicate line between transmission and dilution. They wanted to share wisdom without oversimplifying it into meaningless platitudes, to offer genuine practices without pretending that casual engagement would produce the same results as total commitment. The lesser meditations explicitly positioned themselves as introductions rather than substitutes, as doorways into deeper practice for those who wish to continue rather than complete systems unto themselves. This honest framing prevented the kind of shallow popularization that would have betrayed the tradition while still allowing more people to benefit from its insights. The response to these offerings surprised even the Greybeards themselves. While fewer people were climbing to High Hrothgar for extended stays, many Nords proved hungry for exactly the kind of practical wisdom the lesser meditations provided. Merchants and crafters, parents and soldiers, people living ordinary lives with no aspiration toward becoming voice masters, discovered that techniques for conscious breathing and intentional speech improved their daily experiences in measurable ways. They slept better, managed anger more effectively, communicated with greater clarity, found small moments of peace in lives that had previously felt entirely consumed by demands and anxieties. This grassroots adoption of simplified Greybeard practices created unexpected cultural effects. As more Nords incorporated mindfulness techniques into their routines, as conscious speech became something valued in communities beyond just High Hrothgar, the broader culture began shifting in subtle ways. Conversations became slightly less reactive, people paused before speaking more often, the quality of discourse in mead halls and markets improved incrementally. None of this approached the profound transformation that full Greybeard training produced, but it represented movement in directions the masters valued, evidence that their wisdom could influence culture even when most people would never pursue mastery. The political dimensions of this cultural influence created new complications. Some jarls and influential nobles recognized that populations exposed to Greybeard teaching became more stable, less prone to the kind of volatile mob behavior that made governance difficult. They began actively encouraging the lesser meditations, sometimes mandating their teaching in schools or public institutions, viewing them as useful tools for social control. The Greybeards found this instrumental approach deeply troubling, recognizing that their practices lost essential meaning when deployed cynically to manage populations rather than genuinely help individuals flourish. The order responded by insisting on the voluntary nature of their teaching, refusing to allow it to be mandated or used coercively, even when such use might expand their influence. They would teach anyone who wanted to learn, but would not participate in systems that forced learning on unwilling subjects. Understanding that wisdom absorbed under compulsion became something other than wisdom, this principled stance limited their reach, but maintained the integrity that made their teaching valuable. Better to influence fewer people authentically than to achieve broad impact through methods that betrayed core values. The challenge of maintaining authentic teaching, while allowing for broader accessibility, became increasingly complex as generations passed and living memory of the dragon crisis faded further into history. The Greybeards, who had trained the Dragonborn, who had witnessed Alduin's return firsthand, gradually aged and died, replaced by masters who knew these events only through stories and archives. The new generation maintained the practices they had been taught with absolute fidelity, but something inevitably changed when direct experience was replaced by inherited knowledge. When the urgent necessity that had justified the tradition became abstract historical fact rather than visceral reality. This generational transition forced the order to grapple with questions about purpose and justification that previous masters had been able to answer through simple reference to recent events. Why maintain readiness for dragon threats when dragons had been defeated twice in recorded history and seemed unlikely to return again? Why preserve combat applications of the voice when the likelihood of needing them approached zero? Why continue training masters in capabilities they would almost certainly never deploy when that training consumed decades of life that could be spent on more immediately useful pursuits? The answers the younger Greybeards developed emphasized the intrinsic value of the discipline itself rather than focusing narrowly on potential external applications. The training was worthwhile, not just because it prepared them to fight dragons, but because it produced human beings of exceptional psychological development, individuals who had achieved levels of self-mastery that benefited them and everyone around them, regardless of whether any supernatural threat ever materialized. The voice was worth preserving not merely as a weapon but as a spiritual practice, a path toward understanding consciousness and reality that had value independent of its combat utility. This shift in emphasis represented evolution rather than abandonment of the tradition. The older justifications remained valid. Dragons could indeed return, and maintaining capability to address such threats was genuinely important. But layering additional justifications beneath this practical concern gave the tradition depth and resilience that relying on a single rationale could not provide. If the Greybeards existed only to fight dragons, then long periods without dragons made their existence seem questionable. If they existed also to develop human potential and preserve profound spiritual practices, then their value persisted regardless of what external threats did or did not manifest. The relationship between the Greybeards and other magical traditions in Skyrim evolved as the College of Winterhold and various independent mages developed increasing interest in the voice as a subject of academic study. Scholarly mages approached the Thu'um as a fascinating phenomenon worthy of systematic investigation, seeking to understand its underlying principles and how it related to other forms of magic and reality manipulation. The Greybeards found this academic interest both flattering and concerning, recognizing that scholarly study could advance understanding while also potentially enabling exactly the kind of casual experimentation they had spent centuries trying to prevent. The Order's response to scholarly inquiries walked a careful line between cooperation and gatekeeping. They were willing to discuss the voice in theoretical terms, to explain its philosophical and theological dimensions, to share historical knowledge about its use and effects. They were unwilling to provide technical instruction or detailed information about specific shouts and their pronunciations, maintaining that such knowledge required the spiritual preparation that only extended training could provide. This selective sharing frustrated some researchers who viewed knowledge as inherently neutral and believed that information should flow freely, regardless of potential misuse. The Greybeards maintained that knowledge of the voice was categorically different from other forms of information because the voice itself operated on principles that made its misuse uniquely dangerous. The debate about knowledge sharing connected to broader questions about whether the Greybeards had the right to restrict access to something as fundamental as dragon language. Critics argued that the order was hoarding knowledge that rightfully belonged to all people, that their monopoly on voice training represented a form of gatekeeping that prevented potentially valuable developments and discoveries. The Greybeards responded that they had never claimed ownership of the voice itself, only responsibility for ensuring it was taught properly to those with appropriate preparation. Anyone was free to attempt learning dragon language through independent study. The Order simply refused to facilitate such attempts because they understood from centuries of experience how often they ended in tragedy. This position became increasingly difficult to maintain as written sources about the voice proliferated and scattered individuals succeeded in achieving limited tuum effects through self-teaching. The Greybeards could not prevent determined people from experimenting with vocal power any more than they could prevent anyone from attempting any form of magic. What they could do was refuse to enable such experimentation through their cooperation, decline to legitimize approaches they believed were fundamentally unsafe, and remain available to train properly those who showed both talent and willingness to accept the full discipline that responsible voice use required. The scattered self-taught tongues who emerged during this period validated the Greybeards' concerns about the dangers of learning the voice without proper spiritual preparation. While most achieved only minor effects and quickly abandoned their experiments when they realized how difficult genuine mastery would be, a few gained enough power to become dangerous to themselves and others. These individuals lacked the philosophical framework that prevented trained Greybeards from misusing their abilities, had no deep understanding of why restraint mattered, treated the voice as merely an interesting form of magic, rather than as sacred trust requiring reverence. The Greybeards intervened when these self-taught tongues crossed into territory that threatened others, using their superior mastery to neutralize threats while trying to offer guidance toward better understanding. Some of these individuals accepted help and either joined the Order or agreed to cease their experiments after recognizing the dangers they had been courting. Others rejected Greybeard authority, viewing the masters as elitist gatekeepers trying to preserve their monopoly rather than as genuinely concerned teachers trying to prevent harm. These resistant individuals usually ended badly, either destroying themselves through misuse of power they did not understand or requiring forceful intervention when their actions threatened others. Each such incident reinforced the Greybeards' conviction that their restrictive approach was necessary rather than merely traditional, that the dangers they warned about were real, rather than exaggerated. Yet each incident also generated criticism from those who viewed the failures as evidence that the Greybeards should be more open with their teaching, rather than less, arguing that if knowledge was going to spread anyway, better to guide it properly than to try futilely to contain it. The debate was genuine, and both sides had legitimate points, creating ongoing tension that the Order never fully resolved because the underlying dilemma admitted no perfect solution. The internal culture of High Hrothgar during these relatively peaceful centuries developed qualities distinct from the earlier crisis-oriented periods. With no immediate external threats demanding attention, the masters turned inward more fully than before. deepening their meditative practices and pushing their understanding of the voice into increasingly subtle territories. They discovered that the Thum was not merely about producing dramatic external effects, but could be used to influence consciousness itself, to alter perception and awareness in ways that conventional meditation could not access. This interior exploration opened dimensions of practice that previous generations had glimpsed, but not systematically developed. The advanced practices that emerged from this period of deep exploration remained closely guarded, taught only to the most senior masters, and never discussed with outsiders. These were not secret out of hoarding instinct, but because they dealt with manipulations of consciousness so profound that describing them would be meaningless to anyone who had not spent decades preparing their awareness to perceive the relevant phenomena. It was like trying to explain color to someone born blind. The concepts required experiential foundation that could not be transmitted through description alone. This esotericism created a layered structure within the order, concentric circles of knowledge that matched practitioners' levels of development. Novices learned basic breath control and mindfulness. Intermediate students studied individual words of power and their careful application. Advanced masters explored consciousness itself and how the voice could shape not just external reality, but internal experience. The most senior masters worked with principles so abstract that they barely resembled what outsiders thought of as the voice at all, engaging with the fundamental relationship between sound and existence in ways that transcended practical application entirely. This hierarchy of knowledge was not about creating power structures or maintaining privilege, but reflected genuine recognition that some understanding could only be built on foundations that took decades to establish. A novice attempting advanced practices would accomplish nothing and might harm themselves, not because the knowledge was forbidden, but because they lacked the perceptual and cognitive development necessary to engage with it meaningfully. The Greybeards maintained barriers not to exclude, but to protect, ensuring students did not advance faster than their development could support. The aging of the senior masters who carried the deepest knowledge created succession concerns that had been present in every generation, but felt particularly acute during periods of profound peace. When the order existed in constant readiness for dragon threats, when external necessity justified their practices, transmission of the tradition carried obvious urgency. When decades passed with no crises and the deepest teachings seemed increasingly disconnected from any practical application, the question arose of whether investing years in transmitting esoteric understanding was worthwhile, or whether the tradition should evolve toward more accessible and obviously useful forms. The debate was never explicitly framed as a choice between depth and relevance, but that tension underlay many discussions about the order's future direction. Some masters argued for doubling down on the profound interior practices that represented the highest development of their tradition, maintaining that this depth was precisely what made them valuable in a world full of shallow quick-fix solutions. Others suggested that focusing exclusively on rarefied practices that only the most dedicated could access meant abandoning the broader population who might benefit from more accessible teaching, that the order risked becoming irrelevant through its own commitment to profundity. The resolution emerged through recognizing that both approaches were necessary and could coexist within a single tradition. The Greybeards would maintain the full depth of their practices for those called to complete mastery, while also offering graduated teachings that met people where they were. High Hrothgar would remain the center of profound practice, while also accepting that the tradition could manifest in other locations through students who completed significant, but not total training, and then returned to lowland communities to share what they had learned in forms accessible to ordinary life. This model of a central monastery, maintaining the tradition in its complete form, while accepting that partial transmission could happen through graduates who chose not to remain in the order, represented significant evolution from the earlier all-or-nothing approach. It acknowledged that the binary choice between full commitment and no engagement was unnecessarily restrictive. That value could be found in graduated levels of practice, matched to individual capacity and circumstance. The Greybeards would still only accept into full training those prepared to commit their entire lives, but they would honor rather than dismiss the contributions of those who studied for years rather than decades, and then brought their learning back into broader society. The implementation of this approach required developing new structures and practices. The order established what became known as the affiliated practice, a formal status for individuals who had trained at High Hrothgar but were not full Greybeards, who maintained connection with the monastery while living and working in lowland communities. These affiliated practitioners served as bridges between the monastery and society, embodying Greybeard principles in contexts that full masters rarely encountered, translating the tradition's wisdom into forms that resonated with daily concerns most Nords actually faced. The affiliated practitioners discovered challenges that full Greybeards rarely had to navigate, maintaining meditative discipline while working a conventional job, practicing conscious speech while dealing with the casual conversation and social demands of community life, preserving values of restraint and contemplation, while participating in a culture that celebrated action and achievement. All of this required adaptations that High Hrothgar's controlled environment did not demand. The insights these practitioners developed about how to integrate Greybeard wisdom with ordinary existence fed back into the monastery's teaching, enriching the tradition with practical knowledge that the full master's isolation prevented them from generating independently. This period of relative peace and inward focus, while less dramatic than times of crisis, proved essential to the Greybeards' long-term survival and relevance. The deep practices developed during these centuries would provide foundation for responding to future challenges, and the expanded model of how the tradition could manifest in the world would allow it to influence Nordic culture more broadly than isolation in High Hrothgar alone could achieve. The Greybeards were learning that their mission was not just preserving knowledge against future need, but also sharing wisdom in ways that improved daily life, even when no crisis demanded their specialized capabilities. They were becoming not just guardians of power, but teachers of a way of being that had value transcending any specific application, demonstrating that the voice that shaped Skyrim most profoundly was not the one that shouted warnings or struck down threats, but the one that spoke carefully and listened deeply in contexts where such patience was increasingly rare. The transformation of Nordic society over the following generations brought challenges that tested the Greybeards' relevance in ways fundamentally different from any crisis they had faced before. The threats were not dragons or warlords, but something more insidious. The gradual replacement of traditional values with philosophies imported from Cyrodiil and other imperial provinces, the slow erosion of the very cultural foundations that had given rise to the way of the voice in the first place. Young Nords increasingly looked southward for their models of success and sophistication, viewing their own heritage as provincial and backwards compared to the cosmopolitan culture of the Empire's heartland. This cultural shift manifested in countless small ways that accumulated into genuine transformation. The old Nordic tongue, with its harsh consonants and guttural rhythms that echoed the dragon language, became unfashionable in cities where educated people prided themselves on speaking Cyrodiilic with minimal accent. Traditional warrior practices that emphasized honor and personal combat were gradually displaced by imperial military structures that prioritized discipline and formation tactics. Even religious observances began shifting as temples to the 9 divines built in imperial architectural styles overshadowed the older shrines to the Nordic pantheon with their rougher, more primal character. The Greybeards watched this transformation with profound concern, not from xenophobia or resistance to change itself, but from understanding that certain cultural elements were not merely aesthetic preferences, but essential infrastructure supporting practices and values that mattered deeply. The way of the voice had emerged from specifically Nordic cultural soil, from a tradition that valued individual prowess and direct relationship with divine power, from a language that retained structural similarities to dragon speech. As that cultural foundation eroded, the context that made the Greybeards' teaching comprehensible and relevant to ordinary Nords was disappearing. The imperial administration of Skyrim, while bringing certain benefits in terms of infrastructure and economic development, actively worked to undermine traditional Nordic power structures that the Empire viewed as obstacles to efficient governance. The Greybeards, with their spiritual authority that transcended political hierarchy, represented exactly the kind of independent power center that imperial administrators found problematic. The Empire never moved against the Order directly, as doing so would have sparked resistance they could not easily contain, but they pursued subtler strategies of marginalization and irrelevance. Imperial scholars began producing treatises that positioned the voice as a primitive form of magic. Interesting, primarily as historical curiosity, but superseded by more sophisticated magical systems developed through systematic study. These academic works spread through schools and libraries across Skyrim, shaping how educated young Nords understood their own heritage. The voice was portrayed as something their ancestors had needed when they lacked proper magical knowledge, a stopgap measure that had served its purpose, but was no longer necessary now that better alternatives existed. The implication was clear. Maintaining the Greybeard tradition was like insisting on using stone tools when steel was available, a sentimental attachment to the past that hindered progress. This intellectual assault proved more threatening to the Order than any physical attack could have been. The Greybeards could defend against dragons or hostile tongues, but they struggled to counter academic arguments disseminated through institutions they had no presence in, shaped by epistemological frameworks they had deliberately avoided engaging with. Their knowledge was transmitted through direct experience and extended practice, through forms of understanding that resisted reduction to the kind of systematic documentation that imperial scholarship favored. When scholars dismissed what could not be adequately documented as superstition or exaggeration, the Greybeards found themselves unable to mount effective defense without fundamentally changing their approach to teaching. Some younger members of the Order argued for meeting the imperial scholars on their own ground, for producing written treatises that explained the voice in terms that academic audiences would find credible, for engaging with magical theory in ways that demonstrated how Thuum operated, according to principles as rigorous as any formal magical system. This approach had merit, but also significant risks. The very act of translating the voice into academic language required making it comprehensible to people who had not spent decades in contemplative practice, which meant simplifying and abstracting in ways that might fundamentally misrepresent what the tradition actually offered. The senior Greybeards were divided on how to respond to this challenge. Some maintained that the Order should simply continue its practices regardless of outside opinion, trusting that truth would eventually vindicate itself, and that those genuinely seeking wisdom would find their way to High Hrothgar regardless of what scholars claimed. Others argued that such passive response conceded the intellectual battleground to critics, and would result in the tradition slowly dying as each generation found it less relevant than the previous one had. The debate consumed significant attention within the monastery, representing a crisis of a very different character than previous challenges, but no less consequential for the Order's long-term survival. The compromise that eventually emerged involved selective engagement with outside intellectual currents, while maintaining the core practices unchanged. The Greybeards would not transform their teaching to fit academic expectations, but they would develop ways of communicating about the voice that gave educated outsiders enough understanding to recognize that what they were dismissing as primitive superstition actually represented sophisticated engagement with reality's fundamental nature. This required Greybeards to develop facility with forms of discourse they had previously avoided, to learn how to translate experiential knowledge into conceptual frameworks without losing essential meaning in the translation. The masters assigned to this diplomatic and educational work found it extraordinarily challenging. Every attempt to explain the voice in terms that made sense to imperial magical theorists required compromises that felt like small betrayals of the tradition. Yet, refusing to make any such compromises meant accepting that the order would become increasingly isolated and incomprehensible to the very culture it existed to serve. The work required humility to recognize that some criticisms of Greybeard practice had merit, that the order's commitment to preserving tradition had in some ways made them rigid and unresponsive to legitimate questions, and that evolution was necessary for survival even if that evolution felt uncomfortable and uncertain. The economic pressures facing Skyrim during this period created additional complications for an order that depended on voluntary support from communities that were themselves struggling. The imperial taxation system extracted wealth from the provinces to fund the central government, meaning that less remained in local communities for supporting traditional institutions. The voluntary tributes that had sustained High Hrothgar for centuries began declining not because people stopped respecting the Greybeards, but because they had less surplus to share after meeting imperial tax obligations. The monastery, which had always prided itself on requiring minimal resources, found even those minimal needs becoming difficult to meet. The Greybeards responded to economic pressure by reducing their needs still further, accepting that material comfort was entirely negotiable, while the core practices were not. They ate less, maintained the monastery with whatever materials they could gather themselves from the mountain environment, made do with worn clothing and equipment that previous generations might have replaced. This intensified austerity was sustainable for masters who had spent decades training to find sufficiency in almost nothing. But it made the path less attractive to potential students from younger generations who had grown up with higher material expectations and found it harder to embrace voluntary poverty. This created a recruitment challenge that was subtle but serious. The Greybeards had never sought to maximize their numbers, understanding that their mission required quality over quantity, and that most people were simply not suited for the life they offered. But they needed enough new students each generation to replace those who aged and died, to preserve knowledge that was transmitted primarily through direct teacher-student relationships, rather than written documentation. If the flow of suitable candidates slowed to a trickle, if the most talented young Nords were being drawn to other paths that seemed more relevant or rewarding, the order risked slowly dying out through simple demographic attrition. The masters addressed this concern by reaching out more intentionally to families and communities, by making themselves more visible and accessible, by demonstrating through presence and action, rather than just reputation, what the Greybeard path offered that other opportunities could not match. They began accepting occasional teaching residencies in lowland communities, where masters would spend seasons living among ordinary people and offering instruction in the lesser meditations and basic philosophy. This brought the tradition out from behind High Hrothgar's walls and showed young Nords that the Greybeard way was not about fleeing from life, but about engaging with it more fully than conventional existence allowed. These outreach efforts bore fruit slowly and unevenly, but they prevented the complete disconnect between monastery and society that might otherwise have developed. Young people who encountered greybeards in their own communities, who saw that these masters were neither the otherworldly mystics of legend nor the primitive relics that imperial scholars portrayed, but rather human beings of exceptional discipline and wisdom, sometimes found themselves drawn to investigate further. Not all who investigated ultimately climbed the 7,000 steps, and not all who climbed stayed long enough to complete training, but enough did to maintain the Order's continuity across generations. The political situation in Skyrim grew increasingly unstable as tensions between traditional Nordic values and imperial governance reached breaking points that had been building for decades. The resentment that would eventually erupt into the Stormcloak Rebellion was already simmering, visible to anyone paying attention in the form of small acts of defiance and growing networks of people committed to preserving Nordic independence. The Greybeards saw this coming long before the conflict became open warfare, understood from their position outside factional politics that the existing arrangement was unsustainable and that some form of reckoning was inevitable. The question facing the Order was how to respond to an approaching crisis that would not involve supernatural threats requiring vocal intervention, but would instead center on political and cultural questions, where Greybeard involvement could only complicate matters. The traditional answer would have been strict neutrality, refusing to support either side, while remaining available to mediate if both parties desired it. But some masters argued that this conflict was fundamentally about preserving Nordic culture and identity, that the way of the voice itself depended on cultural foundations the Empire was systematically undermining, and that the Order therefore had legitimate interest in supporting independence, even if they could not do so through direct intervention. This debate touched the deepest questions of the Greybeards' purpose and proper relationship with the society they served. Were they purely spiritual organization whose mission transcended politics? Or were they inherently Nordic institution whose existence was inseparable from the specific culture that had produced them? Could they remain neutral in a conflict that was ultimately about whether Nordic traditions would survive or be absorbed into imperial homogeneity? Or would taking sides compromise the neutrality that made them effective in other contexts? The Order never reached unanimous consensus on these questions, which was itself instructive about how profoundly the issues cut to their core identity. What they agreed on was that whatever position individual Greybeards might privately hold, the Order as institution would maintain its traditional neutrality in political conflicts. They would not declare for empire or independence, would not allow the monastery to become staging ground for either faction, would not deploy the voice in service of political goals, regardless of how sympathetic they might find particular causes. This commitment to institutional neutrality existed alongside acceptance that individual masters might have personal convictions, that maintaining purely abstract detachment from circumstances affecting everyone in Skyrim was neither realistic nor necessarily virtuous. The outbreak of open civil war brought the theoretical debates into painful reality as Skyrim tore itself apart along fault lines that had been developing for generations. The Greybeards watched from their mountain as the land below burned, as communities fragmented into hostile camps, as families split over questions of loyalty and identity. They maintained their neutrality, and their monastery remained neutral ground where individuals from both sides could seek refuge or counsel, but this neutrality felt increasingly inadequate in the face of suffering that seemed to demand more active response. The masters who maintained meditation and silence while villages were razed and civilians massacred in the conflict sometimes felt their restraint was being tested in ways more painful than any dragon attack. At least with dragons, the appropriate response was clear, and the Greybeards knew their role. With civil war, every choice seemed wrong. Every option carried costs that were unacceptable, yet unavoidable. Intervening would compromise their neutrality and likely make things worse by adding voice-level power to conflicts that were already destructive enough. Not intervening meant watching preventable suffering continue when they possessed ability to stop it. The dilemma was genuinely unresolvable, and the Greybeards endured it as they endured everything else, through discipline and faith that their principles would prove sound even when circumstances made them feel hollow. The political neutrality they maintained came at cost to their relationship with both factions. Imperial loyalists viewed the Greybeards with suspicion, seeing their refusal to condemn the rebellion as tacit support for it, interpreting their traditional Nordic identity as evidence of separatist sympathies regardless of their protestations of neutrality. Stormcloak supporters were equally frustrated by the Order's refusal to endorse independence, viewing it as betrayal that the greatest representatives of Nordic tradition would not support the fight to preserve that tradition. Both sides wanted the Greybeards' blessing and interpreted not receiving it as implicit opposition. This mutual suspicion from all factions paradoxically validated the Greybeards' approach, even as it made their position uncomfortable. If both sides viewed them with equal mistrust, it suggested they were genuinely maintaining the balance they claimed, rather than secretly favoring one position while pretending neutrality. The discomfort of being suspected by everyone was preferable to the corruption that would come from aligning with any faction and thereby becoming another political actor rather than remaining spiritual authority, whose value lay precisely in transcending factional divisions. The monastery became refuge for people fleeing the violence, regardless of which side they supported or whether they supported either side at all. Farmers whose lands lay in contested territories, families caught between hostile forces, deserters from both armies who could no longer stomach the killing, all found their way up the 7,000 steps, seeking sanctuary. The Greybeards accepted everyone without asking about their political loyalties or their actions in the war, maintaining that High Hrothgar offered spiritual refuge that was not contingent on worldly allegiances. This open-door policy created practical challenges as the monastery's resources were strained by supporting far more people than its normal complement of masters and students, but the Greybeards viewed this as appropriate sacrifice in service of their principles. Some refugees stayed only briefly, just long enough to recover and decide their next moves. Others remained for extended periods, discovering in the monastery's rhythms and disciplines a peace they had not experienced since the war began. A few found themselves called to study the way of the voice seriously, their experiences with violence and suffering, creating psychological conditions that made them receptive to teaching about restraint and power's proper use in ways they would not have been before the war. The Civil War inadvertently sent students to High Hrothgar, people whose souls had been cracked open by trauma in ways that made them capable of receiving wisdom they could not have grasped during easier times. The Greybeards taught these war-scarred students with particular care, understanding that people who had witnessed or participated in extreme violence required different approaches than those who came to the monastery without such burdens. The trauma could not simply be ignored or suppressed, as it would resurface in uncontrolled ways if not properly addressed. Instead, the masters helped students process their experiences through the framework of voice philosophy, using contemplative practices to create space between traumatic memories and reactive responses, teaching techniques for acknowledging pain without being controlled by it. This therapeutic dimension of their teaching had always been present, but became much more prominent during the war years. The end of the Civil War, regardless of which faction emerged victorious, would leave Skyrim exhausted and traumatized in ways that would take generations to fully heal. The Greybeards understood that their work in the aftermath would be as important as anything they had done during the conflict itself, that helping individuals and communities process collective trauma and rebuild capacity for trust and cooperation would require every bit of wisdom their tradition had accumulated. They prepared themselves for this work while the fighting still raged, knowing that when the violence finally stopped, people would need sources of meaning and healing that transcended political outcomes. The broader question of whether the way of the voice could survive in whatever Skyrim emerged from the conflict remained genuinely uncertain. If the Empire prevailed and intensified its cultural assimilation efforts, the Order might find itself increasingly marginalized in a society that viewed traditional Nordic practices as obstacles to be overcome. If independence succeeded but the new Nordic state embraced aggressive nationalism that the Greybeards could not endorse, they might find themselves caught between compromising their principles and opposing the very culture they existed to serve. Either outcome carried risks that threatened not the Order's immediate survival but its long-term relevance and ability to fulfill its mission. The Masters discussed these possibilities in their councils, not to plan strategies or develop political positions, but to prepare themselves psychologically for uncertain futures. They reminded each other that the tradition had survived previous crises by maintaining its core principles, regardless of circumstances, that adaptability was important, but never more important than integrity, and that they served truth rather than outcomes. Whatever happened in the political realm, the Greybeards would continue practicing their discipline, would continue teaching those who sought wisdom, would continue demonstrating that power was most properly expressed through restraint. This commitment was not strategy but identity, and it would persist regardless of whether anyone else recognized its value. The long view that centuries of practice had taught the Greybeards helped them maintain perspective during times when the immediate situation seemed desperately urgent. They had witnessed kingdoms rise and fall, had seen certainties of one generation become jokes to the next, had learned that what seemed permanent was usually temporary, and what seemed impossible often became inevitable. This historical consciousness did not make them passive or indifferent, but freed them from the panic that might otherwise have consumed people watching their world transform in violent and unpredictable ways. They could hold both the gravity of present suffering and the knowledge that this too would pass, that time moved in cycles and patterns that transcended any individual crisis. This perspective was perhaps the deepest gift the Greybeards offered to anyone who climbed to their monastery during those turbulent years. Not solutions to immediate problems, not interventions that would fix what was broken, but the lived demonstration that human beings could maintain equilibrium and purpose even when everything around them was chaos. The Masters, who had spent decades learning not to speak except with absolute intention, who had transformed every aspect of their lives into conscious practice, who had embraced disciplines most people would find unbearable. These individuals proved that stability could be internal rather than external, that meaning could persist even when circumstances provided no obvious reasons for hope. The voices that shaped Skyrim during this period were not the ones giving orders, or inspiring armies, or negotiating treaties, though all of those were necessary for practical resolution of conflicts. The voices that shaped Skyrim at the deepest level were the ones that taught restraint. When violence seemed like the only option, that counseled patience when immediate action appeared urgent, that demonstrated through example, rather than argument, that some truths transcended whatever faction happened to hold power at any given moment. The Greybeards spoke these truths primarily through silence, through the disciplined non-action that required more strength than any shouting could ever demonstrate, through their stubborn refusal to compromise principles, even when doing so might have made their lives easier or their influence greater. The decades following the Civil War's resolution brought Skyrim into an era of reconstruction that was simultaneously physical and spiritual. A time when Nords had to rebuild not just their cities and farms, but their sense of who they were and what their culture meant in a world that seemed increasingly hostile to tradition. The Greybeards found themselves serving roles they had never explicitly trained for, becoming counselors and mediators not just in matters relating to the voice, but in the broader project of helping a traumatized society remember how to function as a community rather than as hostile factions barely tolerating each other's existence. The scars of civil war ran deeper than most outsiders recognized, creating divisions that persisted long after the fighting stopped and formal reconciliation occurred. Families remained split, with siblings who had fought on opposite sides, unable to speak to each other without old wounds reopening. Communities were fractured between those who had supported the winning faction and those who had backed the losing side, with the latter often facing subtle but persistent discrimination that made normal life difficult. Veterans from both armies struggled with trauma and with the question of whether their sacrifices had meant anything or had merely contributed to pointless destruction. The Greybeards responded to this situation not by taking political positions or declaring who had been right and wrong, but by offering what they had always offered, a path toward internal peace that did not depend on external circumstances being resolved satisfactorily. They taught that carrying resentment was like drinking poison and hoping the other person would die, that forgiveness was not about condoning wrong actions but about refusing to let those actions continue controlling your present experience. These teachings were ancient and universal, not unique to the Greybeards, but having them spoken by masters whose own discipline made clear, they lived these principles rather than merely reciting them, gave the words weight that abstract philosophy could never carry. The practice of conscious speech that the Greybeards taught proved particularly valuable in helping communities navigate post-war tensions. When people learned to pause before speaking, to consider whether their words would create harm or healing, to recognize that reactivity usually made situations worse rather than better, conversations that might have escalated into renewed violence instead sometimes found ways toward understanding, not always, not even usually, but often enough that the cumulative effect mattered. Towns that adopted practices of mindful communication as community standards found themselves recovering more quickly than those where old hatreds continued festering without any framework for transformation. The economic reconstruction of Skyrim created opportunities and challenges that affected the Greybeards in unexpected ways. The need for massive rebuilding efforts drew merchants and craftsmen from across Tamriel, bringing with them cultural influences and spiritual practices that had never had significant presence in Skyrim before. Some of these imported traditions bore surface similarities to the Way of the Voice, offering meditation techniques and philosophical frameworks that emphasized restraint and inner development. The Greybeards found themselves competing for attention and students with traditions that had not spent centuries adapting specifically to Nordic cultural context, but that offered advantages in terms of accessibility and immediate practical benefit. This competition was not hostile, but it was real, and it forced the Order to articulate what made their approach distinctively valuable, rather than simply assuming their traditional authority would be self-evident. The answer they developed emphasized the unique relationship between the voice and Nordic identity, the way their practices emerged organically from the language and values and history of the people they served, rather than being imported frameworks imposed from outside. Learning the Way of the Voice meant engaging with the deepest levels of what it meant to be Nord, connecting with lineages that stretched back through the Dragon War to the mythic origins of Nordic culture itself. This articulation helped, but did not entirely solve the challenge of remaining relevant in a more cosmopolitan environment. Young Nords who had grown up in cities with diverse populations, who spoke Cyrodiilic as fluently as their native tongue, who saw themselves as citizens of the Empire as much as members of a distinct ethnic culture, often found the explicitly Nordic character of the Greybeard tradition to feel exclusionary or provincial. They wanted spiritual practices that felt universal and progressive rather than tied to specific cultural heritage that seemed increasingly like anchor holding them back from participating fully in the broader world. The Greybeards grappled with this tension between particular and universal, between honoring their roots in specific cultural soil and speaking to truths that transcended any single tradition. Some masters argued for emphasizing the universal aspects of their teaching, the principles about power and restraint that applied regardless of cultural background, making the order accessible to anyone regardless of their ethnic heritage or linguistic background. Others maintained that the tradition's power came precisely from its particularity, that diluting its Nordic character to achieve broader appeal would destroy what made it valuable, that some things were meant to serve specific peoples rather than everyone everywhere. The resolution that emerged was characteristically both, and rather than either or. The core practices taught at High Hrothgar would remain explicitly Nordic, tied to dragon language and the specific history and values that had given rise to the Way of the Voice. But the principles underlying those practices, the wisdom about consciousness and power that the specifics embodied, these could be articulated in forms that allowed people from any background to benefit, even if they could not or would not engage with the full Nordic tradition. The Greybeards would not compromise their identity to chase relevance, but neither would they hide the universal truths their particular path had revealed. The question of succession and knowledge transmission grew more urgent as the masters who had lived through the dragon crisis aged toward death, and needed to ensure their understanding passed to younger generations who would carry the tradition forward. The problem was not lack of students, but rather the challenge of transmitting knowledge that was primarily experiential rather than intellectual. The deepest teachings about the voice could not be written down in ways that captured their full meaning, because the meaning itself was inseparable from the state of consciousness that years of practice developed. Words could point toward these teachings, but could not contain them. The traditional solution had been extended apprenticeship, students spending decades with masters and absorbing wisdom through immersion in practices and presence, more than through explicit instruction. This approach worked beautifully, but required enormous time investment that fewer young people seemed willing or able to make in an era when life paths were more diverse and demands more numerous than in earlier generations. The Greybeards needed to find ways to preserve essential knowledge while accepting that transmission might need to happen through more condensed forms than tradition had previously required. The compromise involved identifying the absolute core of what needed preserving versus the surrounding elements that were valuable, but not essential. Certain practices and understandings were so fundamental that the tradition would not survive without them, and these became the focus of intensive training that required full commitment, regardless of how long it took. Other elements, while enriching and important, could be documented or taught through less intensive means, allowing for graduated levels of engagement that made the tradition accessible to people who could not commit to lifetime residence at High Hrothgar. This process of distinguishing essential from valuable but not essential required brutal honesty about what the order actually needed to preserve. It meant acknowledging that some practices had been maintained more from habit than from genuine necessity, that tradition for its own sake was not sufficient justification when resources and student commitment were limited. The debates around these questions were sometimes painful, as masters who had devoted their lives to particular practices struggled with suggestions that those practices might not be central enough to justify requiring all students to master them. The outcome was a somewhat streamlined version of the training that maintained all the essential elements while reducing the time required to achieve basic competence from decades to years. This allowed the order to train more masters to a foundational level, while identifying the subset who had both ability and calling to pursue the deeper teachings that still required extended commitment. The change represented evolution rather than revolution, adaptation rather than abandonment, but it marked genuine shift in how the tradition understood itself and its transmission across generations. The relationship between High Hrothgar and the political authorities governing Skyrim, whether imperial or independent, settled into an uneasy equilibrium, characterized by mutual respect and careful distance. The government recognized that the Greybeards commanded loyalty and respect that transcended political authority, that attempting to control or co-opt them would backfire spectacularly, and that allowing them autonomy was both pragmatic and inevitable. The Greybeards reciprocated by scrupulously avoiding involvement in governance while remaining willing to serve as mediators when conflicts threatened stability. This arrangement worked because both sides understood and mostly respected the boundaries. The government did not demand that the Greybeards endorse its legitimacy or support its policies, recognizing that such demands would be refused and that the refusal would undermine governmental authority by demonstrating its limits. The Greybeards did not criticize governmental actions or position themselves as alternative power center, understanding that doing so would make them political actors and destroy the neutrality that made them valuable as mediators. The relationship required ongoing negotiation and occasional tensions, but it proved resilient precisely because it was based on realistic assessment of mutual interests rather than on idealistic expectations. The economic support structure sustaining High Hrothgar evolved as Skyrim's economy developed and traditional forms of tribute became less common. The Order began accepting support from wealthy merchants and nobles who valued the stability and wisdom the Greybeards represented, even if they themselves had no intention of pursuing voice training. This patronage relationship carried risks, as accepting support from the wealthy could create obligations or perceptions of allegiance that would compromise neutrality. The Greybeards navigated this by establishing clear policies that support came with no strings attached, that patrons received no special treatment or privileged access, and that the Order would refuse contributions if they came with expectations of influence. This principled approach to patronage meant turning away some potential supporters who wanted their generosity acknowledged publicly or who expected their contributions to create relationships they could leverage. The Greybeards accepted these losses as necessary cost of maintaining integrity, understanding that the moment they allowed wealth to purchase influence, they would begin sliding down a slope that ended with them becoming just another institution captured by elite interests. Better to remain poor and independent than wealthy and compromised. The monastery itself underwent physical changes during this period, as the aging infrastructure required maintenance and repairs that could no longer be deferred. The buildings that had stood for centuries needed work that exceeded what the masters could accomplish themselves, requiring hiring craftsmen and importing materials up the brutal mountain path. This created opportunities for the Greybeards to demonstrate their values through how they treated workers and what standards they set for the construction. They insisted on fair wages above market rates, safe working conditions even when that slowed progress, and respectful treatment of everyone involved regardless of their social status. The construction projects brought workers who had never encountered Greybeards into extended contact with the masters, and many found the experience transformative in unexpected ways. Craftsmen who arrived expecting to work for stern, otherworldly mystics discovered instead that the masters were surprisingly practical and concerned with mundane details, yet maintained a quality of presence and intentionality that made even routine interactions feel meaningful. Several workers ended up staying beyond their contracted periods because they found themselves drawn to the atmosphere and the practices, wanting to learn more about the philosophy that produced such unusual human beings. The monastery that emerged from this reconstruction preserved its essential character while incorporating improvements that made it more functional and sustainable. The Greybeards had resisted changes that would make High Hrothgar more comfortable or accessible, understanding that the difficulty of reaching it and the austerity of life there served important purposes in the training. But they accepted modifications that extended the building's lifespans and made basic operations more efficient without fundamentally altering the experience of living there. The result was a monastery that could serve its purpose for another several centuries without requiring major interventions. The development of writing systems and documentation practices within the order represented another significant evolution during this period. Historically, the Greybeards had transmitted knowledge primarily through direct teacher-student relationships, with minimal written records because they believed the most important teachings resisted capture in text. This approach had served well for centuries, but created vulnerability to knowledge loss if circumstances disrupted the normal transmission process. The near-simultaneous deaths of several senior masters from accident forced recognition that over-reliance on oral transmission created risks the order could no longer afford. The solution involved developing written materials that documented practices and teachings in ways that preserved enough to allow reconstruction if necessary, while still acknowledging that text alone could never convey the full depth of the tradition. These documents were not instruction manuals that anyone could follow independently, but rather memory aids for students who had already received direct teaching, frameworks that would help them remember and reconstruct what they had learned through experience. The distinction was subtle but important, maintaining the primacy of direct transmission while creating backup systems against catastrophic knowledge loss. The creation of these archives became its own form of spiritual practice, as masters worked to articulate in words what they normally conveyed through demonstration and presence. The effort required them to understand their own knowledge more explicitly, to identify the underlying principles beneath habitual practices, to distinguish between what was essential and what was conventional. Many masters discovered through this process that they understood their own tradition more deeply than they had realized, that the work of documentation revealed layers and connections they had absorbed implicitly but never consciously examined. The archives that resulted became treasured resources for the order, housed in specially constructed chambers designed to protect them from the mountain's harsh conditions. Access was restricted to masters and advanced students who had demonstrated both the knowledge necessary to understand what they contained and the judgment to use them appropriately. The existence of these written records changed the Greybeards' relationship with their own tradition in subtle ways, creating a sense that knowledge had been secured even as it acknowledged that security was always partial, and that the living transmission remained more important than any text could be. The Greybeards' engagement with magical communities across Tamriel deepened during this period, as the College of Winterhold and other institutions developed increasing interest in comparative studies of different power systems and reality manipulation techniques. Scholarly mages recognized that the voice represented a form of reality alteration that operated on principles distinct from conventional magic, offering potential insights into fundamental questions about consciousness and its relationship to material reality. The Greybeards found themselves hosting visiting researchers who approached their tradition with genuine intellectual curiosity rather than the dismissive attitude that had characterized earlier imperial scholarship. These scholarly exchanges proved valuable to both parties when conducted with mutual respect and appropriate boundaries. The researchers gained access to knowledge about the voice that had previously been unavailable to academic study, while the Greybeards benefited from exposure to theoretical frameworks and comparative perspectives that enriched their understanding of their own practices. The conversations revealed unexpected connections between the voice and other magical traditions, parallels in underlying principles that had been obscured by different terminologies and cultural contexts. These discoveries suggested that the voice might be less unique than the Greybeards had traditionally believed, not diminishing its power or importance, but situating it within broader landscapes of human capability. The key to making these exchanges productive was maintaining clear boundaries about what knowledge could be shared and what remained restricted. The Greybeards would discuss theoretical principles and historical information freely, but they refused to provide instruction in actual voice techniques to researchers who had not undergone proper spiritual preparation. This limitation frustrated some scholars who viewed any restriction on knowledge as obscurantism, but others understood and respected that some forms of power genuinely required internal development that could not be safely bypassed through intellectual shortcuts. One particularly fruitful collaboration involved working with Fijic Order representatives who shared the Greybeards' concern with power's responsible use, and who had developed their own sophisticated frameworks for ensuring magical knowledge was transmitted only to those prepared to handle it safely. The two traditions discovered remarkable parallels in their approaches, despite emerging from completely different cultural and historical contexts. Both emphasized extended training and character development over rapid skill acquisition. Both treated their respective powers as requiring spiritual maturity rather than just technical competence. Both had learned through painful experience that capability without wisdom led inevitably to catastrophe. The relationship between the Greybeards and the Fijic Order remained limited by practical considerations of distance and different institutional priorities, but it provided validation that the Greybeard approach was not simply cultural peculiarity, but rather response to universal dynamics that any tradition working with powerful reality manipulation techniques eventually had to address. This external validation helped newer Greybeards understand that the restrictions and disciplines their training imposed were not arbitrary traditions, but rather necessary safeguards that any responsible approach to such power would develop independently. The question of how the voice related to other Thu'um users outside the Greybeard tradition became more pressing as scattered individuals across Skyrim and beyond demonstrated voice capabilities without having trained at High Hrothgar. Some were descendants of ancient tongue lineages who had preserved fragmentary knowledge across generations. Others were self-taught experimenters who had pieced together understanding from historical texts and personal experimentation. A few claimed to have been taught by dragons or to have received knowledge through dreams and visions. The Greybeards had to determine how to relate to these independent practitioners, who ranged from genuinely skilled and responsible to dangerously incompetent. The Order's approach was to offer rather than impose, to make clear that High Hrothgar remained available for anyone seeking proper training while respecting that adults had the right to make their own choices, even if those choices seemed unwise. The Greybeards would reach out to independent tongues, would offer evaluation and teaching if it was wanted, would provide guidance about safe practice and warning about common dangers. But they would not demand compliance or attempt to suppress independent practice through force, understanding that such coercion would contradict their principles and likely prove counterproductive anyway. This permissive approach occasionally enabled situations where inadequately trained tongues caused harm through misuse of abilities they had gained through inadequate preparation. Each such incident created pressure on the Order to take more controlling stance, to police voice usage more actively, and prevent unauthorized practice. The Greybeards resisted this pressure, maintaining that the costs of attempting to control others' behavior exceeded the benefits, that creating enforcement mechanisms would require them to become exactly what they existed to prevent, and that some tragedies were inevitable consequences of freedom that were preferable to the alternative of comprehensive control. The philosophical consistency of this position did not make the consequences any easier to witness or accept. Masters who saw innocent people harmed by rogue tongues struggled with questions about whether their principled refusal to intervene more forcefully made them complicit in the harm. The discussions within the order around these incidents were anguished and ongoing, representing unresolved tensions between competing values that admitted no clean solution. The Greybeards concluded over and over that they would maintain their approach despite its costs, because the alternatives were worse. But this conclusion never came easily and never stopped the questions from arising anew with each incident. The passage of centuries transformed the Greybeards from an active response to specific historical crisis into something resembling a permanent feature of Nordic culture, an institution so embedded in the landscape and collective consciousness that most Nords could not imagine Skyrim without it. High Hrothgar became more than a monastery, evolving into a symbol that represented values and aspirations that transcended the specific practices occurring within its walls. Parents told children about the Greybeards as exemplars of discipline and wisdom, even if those parents had never climbed the 7,000 steps themselves. The mere existence of the order, the knowledge that masters dwelt on the mountain, maintaining ancient traditions, provided a kind of cultural anchor that mattered even to those who never directly engaged with what the Greybeards actually taught. This symbolic status brought benefits but also created new challenges for an order that had always understood itself primarily through its practices, rather than through abstract representation. The Greybeards in popular imagination became idealized figures, wise men of impossible purity, who existed above the messiness of ordinary human life. This idealization was flattering in some ways, but also distorting, as it created expectations that no actual human beings could consistently meet. When individual masters occasionally failed to live up to the impossibly high standards their symbolic status implied, when they demonstrated normal human limitations or made mistakes that revealed they were not in fact transcendent sages, the disappointment and disillusionment could be disproportionate to the actual failures involved. The masters themselves struggled with this gap between symbol and reality, between what people projected onto them and what they actually were. Some found the burden of representing perfection crushing, the constant awareness that any visible flaw would be magnified and generalized into evidence that the entire tradition was fraudulent. These masters sometimes withdrew even further into isolation, limiting their contact with outsiders to avoid situations where their human limitations might be exposed. Others took the opposite approach, deliberately displaying their ordinariness and imperfection as a way of teaching that the Greybeard path was not about achieving impossible transcendence, but about maintaining disciplined practice despite continuing to be fundamentally human. The question of how to handle the inevitable failures and scandals that occurred within any human institution proved particularly vexing for an order whose authority rested heavily on moral credibility. When a Greybeard violated the principles he had supposedly mastered, when someone who had completed decades of training demonstrated that the training had not in fact transformed him as thoroughly as everyone assumed, how should the order respond? Covering up failures protected institutional reputation, but enabled abuse and betrayed the values the tradition claimed to represent. Acknowledging failures publicly demonstrated integrity, but also fed narratives that the entire enterprise was ineffective or hypocritical. The resolution the Greybeards developed involved distinguishing between the tradition itself and the individuals who imperfectly embodied it. When a master failed, the order would acknowledge the failure honestly while maintaining that the failure reflected human limitation rather than inadequacy in the teaching itself. This position was philosophically coherent, but psychologically difficult for many people to accept, as it required holding simultaneously the truths that the way of the voice represented genuine wisdom, and that people who had studied it for decades could still act badly. The nuance was easily lost in popular discourse that tended toward either complete idealization or total dismissal. But the Greybeards persisted in articulating it because it represented the most honest accounting they could offer. The development of splinter groups and alternative interpretations of the voice created additional complications, as individuals who had received partial training at High Hrothgar or who had studied the tradition from outside decided they understood it differently than the orthodox masters did. Some of these alternative approaches were genuine attempts to adapt the teaching to new contexts or to emphasize aspects they felt the mainstream order had neglected. Others were transparent attempts to gain authority and influence by associating themselves with the Greybeard tradition while rejecting the disciplines that made it demanding. The order had to navigate between legitimate diversity of interpretation and irresponsible distortion of teaching in ways that served ulterior motives. The Greybeards' response was generally to allow alternative interpretations to exist, while clearly distinguishing what was and was not consistent with the tradition as they understood it. They would not attempt to suppress or control how others used ideas and practices that had originated at High Hrothgar, but they would also not remain silent when others claimed Greybeard authority for teachings that contradicted core principles. This required developing more explicit articulations of what the tradition actually held, creating statements of essential doctrine that had not been necessary when the order's teaching occurred primarily through direct transmission in controlled contexts. The most problematic splinter movements were those that retained the vocabulary and surface practices of the Way of the Voice, while abandoning its fundamental commitment to restraint and sacred purpose. These groups taught voice techniques as power to be used rather than power to be withheld, emphasized capability and achievement rather than discipline and limitation, attracted students seeking enhancement and advantage rather than transformation and service. The Greybeards found these distortions particularly painful because they represented precisely the understanding of the voice that the entire tradition had been created to prevent. Yet they wore Greybeard-adjacent language that gave them credibility they had not earned. The Order's only real recourse was patient, persistent articulation of what the authentic tradition actually taught, trusting that over time the differences between genuine and distorted versions would become apparent through their fruits. Groups that taught the voice as simply another form of power to be exploited would produce practitioners who demonstrated the corruption that accompanies unrestrained power, while those who maintained the discipline of the way would produce individuals whose lives testified to something different. This was cold comfort when watching people being misled in real time, but it represented the only approach consistent with the Greybeards' refusal to control others through coercion. The relationship between the Greybeards and younger generations of Nords evolved in response to broader cultural shifts that made traditional authority less automatically respected than it had been in previous eras. Young people increasingly demanded that institutions and traditions justify themselves, that they demonstrate value rather than relying on historical prestige. The Greybeards found this questioning attitude both challenging and ultimately healthy, as it forced them to articulate why their practices mattered in ways that resonated with contemporary concerns, rather than simply asserting that the practices should be maintained because they had always been maintained. This engagement with skeptical younger audiences required the Order to develop communication strategies they had not previously needed. The traditional approach of teaching through silence and minimal explanation worked beautifully with students who arrived already convinced of the tradition's value and willing to trust the process. It worked poorly with questioning visitors who wanted to understand the reasoning behind practices before committing to them, who viewed requests for trust without explanation as manipulation rather than pedagogy. The Greybeards had to learn to explain more, to make explicit what had previously remained implicit, to translate experiential knowledge into conceptual frameworks that could be grasped by people who had not yet had the experiences. Some masters embraced this challenge enthusiastically, discovering that the work of explanation deepened their own understanding, and that engaging with genuine questions helped them see their tradition from fresh angles. Others found it frustrating and potentially corrupting, worried that over-explaining would reduce profound practices to intellectual concepts that could be understood without being lived, creating illusion of comprehension that was actually more dangerous than acknowledged ignorance. The tension between these positions generated ongoing debates within the order about how accessible and explicable their teaching should be. The compromise that emerged allowed for graduated levels of explanation matched to where individuals were in their engagement with the tradition. Curious outsiders received enough explanation to understand what the Greybeards were attempting and why it might matter, presented in terms that connected to concerns and values they already held. Those who chose to pursue initial training received deeper explanation that assumed greater commitment and willingness to trust the process. Advanced students working with the most profound practices received minimal explanation and maximum opportunity for direct experience, as at those levels words became more obstacle than aid. The economic and social changes sweeping through Skyrim during this period created growing class divisions that the Greybeards found troubling but struggled to address effectively. The monastery had always been theoretically open to anyone, regardless of social status, but practical realities meant that those who arrived were disproportionately from families with enough resources to survive a member's absence. The poorest Nords, those struggling for basic survival, could not spare able-bodied family members for the decades-long training at High Hrothgar, even if they were called to it. This created a situation where the Greybeards, despite their commitment to serving all Nords, were increasingly accessible primarily to the middle and upper classes. The Order attempted to address this by establishing support systems for families who sent members to train, providing material assistance that offset the economic cost of having someone withdrawn from productive labor. This helped but did not entirely solve the problem, as the poorest families often needed every member contributing immediately to survive and could not afford the long-term investment regardless of what support was offered. The result was that the Greybeards, whatever their intentions, became somewhat less representative of the full diversity of Nordic society than they had been in earlier eras when economic conditions were more uniformly harsh. This demographic skew had subtle effects on the Order's understanding of the challenges facing ordinary Nords. Masters who came primarily from families that had achieved at least minimal security sometimes struggled to fully grasp the experiences of those living in desperate poverty, for whom philosophical questions about power and restraint seemed like luxuries they could not afford. The Greybeards worked to counteract this limitation through deliberate effort to learn about conditions they had not personally experienced, but direct knowledge remained difficult to replace with second-hand information. The question of how the voice related to the broader magical ecosystem of Tamriel became increasingly important as magical practice proliferated and diversified. The voice had traditionally been understood as categorically distinct from conventional magic, a gift from kind rather than manipulation of magicka, operating on different principles and requiring different approaches. Yet, as magical theory became more sophisticated and as comparative studies revealed unexpected connections between seemingly disparate traditions, this categorical distinction became harder to maintain cleanly. The voice might be unique in some respects while still being classifiable within broader frameworks of reality manipulation that included magic. The Greybeards found this blurring of boundaries both intellectually interesting and practically concerning. If the voice was just one form of magic among many rather than something wholly distinct, did that undermine the theological framework that had justified the way of the voice? If dragon speech operated according to principles that could be understood through magical theory and potentially replicated through other means, what happened to the specialness that had made Greybeard guardianship necessary? These questions did not have obvious answers and generated extensive discussion within the order. The resolution was less a clear answer than an acceptance of productive uncertainty. Perhaps the voice was unique in certain respects, while sharing characteristics with other power systems in other respects. Perhaps the theological framework that emphasized its sacred character was metaphorical truth, that mattered even if it was not literally accurate in every detail. Perhaps what mattered was not whether the voice was absolutely unlike anything else, but whether the approach the Greybeards had developed for relating to it produced good results. The discussion shifted from metaphysical certainty to pragmatic assessment, from claims about the voice's essential nature to observations about what treating it as sacred rather than merely powerful had accomplished. This more modest epistemological stance actually strengthened the tradition in some ways by making it less vulnerable to empirical discoveries that might contradict rigid doctrinal claims. If the Greybeards held their understanding lightly, as best available framework rather than revealed truth, they could incorporate new knowledge without experiencing crisis. If they acknowledged uncertainty and limitation in their comprehension while maintaining confidence in their practices, they demonstrated a kind of humility that was itself attractive to seekers who had seen too many traditions claim certainty about things they could not possibly know. The training methods evolved continually as successive generations of masters refined their understanding of how human consciousness could be shaped and what practices produced desired results most reliably. The core structure Jurgen had established remained intact. The fundamental progression from silence to whisper to carefully controlled speech. But the details within that structure were constantly being adjusted based on accumulated experience. Masters discovered that certain sequences of practice worked better than others, that particular combinations of physical and mental training produced breakthroughs more reliably, that subtle variations in how instructions were given could dramatically affect outcomes. This ongoing refinement represented the tradition at its healthiest, alive and responsive, rather than frozen in forms that had lost connection to their purposes. Yet it also created challenges around how to maintain continuity while allowing evolution, how to distinguish between valuable innovation and drift away from essential principles. The Greybeards addressed this through careful documentation of why changes were being made, what observations and reasoning led to modifications, ensuring that future generations would understand not just what was currently taught, but how it had developed and what considerations had shaped its evolution. The relationship between individual masters and the collective wisdom of the order created productive tension that drove much of this evolution. Individual masters might develop insights through their personal practice and teaching that differed from established approaches. Sometimes these individual innovations proved valuable and were gradually incorporated into the mainstream teaching. Other times they represented idiosyncratic preferences that worked for particular individuals but did not generalize well. The order had to distinguish between these cases without either rigidly suppressing innovation or uncritically accepting every claimed improvement. The process for evaluating potential changes involved extended experimentation and observation, multiple masters trying variations to see if results were reproducible, careful attention to unintended consequences that might not be immediately apparent. This meant that evolution happened slowly, that decades might pass between someone proposing a modification and its being accepted as standard practice. The slowness frustrated some who felt the tradition could develop faster, but it protected against fads and ensured that only changes that genuinely improved outcomes were retained. The Greybeards' influence on Nordic culture extended far beyond the individuals who actually trained with them, radiating outward through various mechanisms that spread their values and approaches through populations that never climbed to High Hrothgar. The graduated teachings, the affiliated practitioners, the scholars and artists who incorporated Greybeard ideas into their work, all of these served as transmission vectors that made the tradition's wisdom available in forms that did not require full commitment. This distributed influence was harder to measure than counting students, but arguably more significant in terms of total impact on how Nords lived and thought. The literary and artistic representations of the Greybeards played particularly important roles in shaping popular understanding. Songs and stories, poems and plays, paintings and sculptures, all of these created images of the masters and their monastery that influenced how people thought about power and wisdom and the proper relationship between them. Not all these representations were accurate, and many were explicitly fictional, but even the inaccurate and fictional versions conveyed ideas that mattered. A ballad about a greybeard who chose not to use the voice to save a loved one might get historical details wrong while still communicating something true about the anguish of principled restraint. The order had complicated feelings about these artistic representations, grateful for the attention and influence, while often frustrated by how their actual practices and teachings were distorted in service of narrative convenience. Masters who had spent decades learning to live with ambiguity and uncertainty found themselves portrayed as possessing absolute confidence and clear answers to every question. The messy reality of an institution full of humans struggling to maintain difficult practices was replaced by stories of transcendent sages who had moved beyond human limitation. These distortions were probably inevitable, as artistic representation required simplification and dramatic clarity, but they created expectations and misunderstandings that the Greybeards then had to navigate when real people encountered the reality behind the representation. The question of how to preserve the tradition across generations remained perpetually relevant as each cohort of masters, aged and new students arrived, carrying their own assumptions and expectations shaped by historical moments the older masters had not experienced. The challenge was not just transmitting specific practices and knowledge, but maintaining the essential spirit of the tradition, the particular combination of rigor and humility, strength and gentleness, certainty and doubt, that made the Greybeard approach distinctive. This spirit was even harder to transmit than specific techniques, because it was not something that could be directly taught, but rather something that had to be absorbed through long exposure to exemplars who embodied it. The older masters sometimes worried that they were failing in this transmission, that the younger generation grasped the forms but missed the substance, that the tradition was slowly hollowing out into performance of practices whose deeper meaning had been lost. These worries were probably overstated, as every generation of elders has worried that the young are not really understanding what matters, but they also contained legitimate concerns about what was being lost in translation across the inevitable gaps of experience and context. The younger masters, for their part, sometimes felt that their elders were clinging unnecessarily to forms that had been appropriate for earlier times but needed updating for changed circumstances. The productive tension between these perspectives, when managed with mutual respect and genuine dialogue, helped the tradition remain vital rather than calcifying. The elders' concern with preservation prevented valuable knowledge from being carelessly discarded in pursuit of novelty. The youth's drive for relevance prevented the tradition from becoming museum piece, disconnected from lived reality. Neither perspective alone was sufficient. Both together, held in creative tension, allowed the way of the voice to evolve while maintaining continuity with its origins and essential purposes. The voices that shaped Skyrim during this long period of relative stability were quieter than those that had roared during crisis times, but they shaped no less profoundly for being gentle. The Greybeards demonstrated daily that influence did not require volume. That persistent modeling of values across generations could transform culture more thoroughly than any dramatic intervention. They proved that institutions could adapt without losing identity, that traditions could remain relevant across centuries by holding essential principles firmly while allowing everything else to evolve, and that the hardest work was often the least visible. The patient maintenance of practices whose value would only become fully apparent in retrospect when comparing what was with what might have been. The arrival of new threats from beyond Skyrim's borders during the later eras brought challenges that tested whether the Greybeards' long period of relative peace had prepared them adequately for violent realities, or had instead made them dangerously complacent. The Aldmeri dominions rise as a power hostile to human interests throughout Tamriel. Their cultural and military aggression against Nordic traditions specifically created a situation where the Greybeards found themselves targets not just of abstract criticism, but of deliberate campaigns to undermine and discredit their authority. The Thalmor recognized that the Order represented a source of cultural cohesion and spiritual legitimacy, independent of imperial control, making them obstacles to both imperial compliance and Thalmor dominance. The attacks came not through military force, as the Thalmor were too strategic to attempt something so crude, but through sophisticated cultural warfare that aimed to make the Greybeards seem irrelevant, backwards, and fundamentally incompatible with the enlightened progress the Dominion claimed to represent. Thalmor agents and sympathizers spread narratives positioning the Way of the Voice as primitive superstition, a relic of barbaric past that held Nords back from achieving their potential as civilized people. They commissioned scholarly works purporting to demonstrate that the voice was simply an unsophisticated form of magic that more advanced cultures had long since surpassed with superior techniques. They funded artistic productions that mocked the Greybeards as deluded hermits wasting their lives on meaningless disciplines. These attacks were more dangerous than straightforward military threats, because they aimed to destroy the Greybeards' authority and cultural relevance rather than just their physical presence. If they succeeded in convincing Nords that the Order represented embarrassing provincialism to be transcended rather than wisdom to be honored, the tradition would die regardless of how many masters continued practicing on the mountain. The Greybeards could survive being feared or even hated, as they had during the Tongue-warlord era, but they could not survive being dismissed as irrelevant, because irrelevance meant no new students would come, and the knowledge would die with the current generation. The Order's response to this cultural assault required navigating difficult terrain between defending themselves and avoiding the appearance of being defensive or threatened. Responding too vigorously to Thalmor propaganda would validate it by suggesting the criticisms had struck home, would make the Greybeards look like reactionary conservatives desperately clinging to fading authority. Not responding at all allowed false narratives to spread unchallenged until they became accepted as truth. The balance they sought was to continue embodying their values so compellingly that the contrast between reality and propaganda was obvious to anyone who bothered to investigate, while also engaging strategically to ensure accurate information was available to counter the most damaging falsehoods. Some younger masters argued for more aggressive countermeasures, for using the Order's spiritual authority to explicitly oppose Thalmor influence, for positioning the Greybeards as leaders of cultural resistance against foreign attempts to erase Nordic identity. This approach had emotional appeal and would have satisfied the desire to strike back against attackers rather than enduring assault patiently. But the senior masters recognized that taking this path would fundamentally transform what the Order was, would make them political actors in ways that would compromise the neutrality that was essential to their role. They could not become anti-Thalmor partisans without also becoming just another faction in a political struggle, losing the transcendent position that gave their voice weight. The resolution involved distinguishing between defending their specific tradition and practices, which was appropriate and necessary, versus taking positions on broader political questions about Nordic independence or resistance to Dominion influence, which would exceed their proper role. The Greybeards would explain what the way of the voice actually taught and why it mattered, would counter specific falsehoods about their practices and purposes, would demonstrate through their continued existence and activity that reports of their irrelevance were premature. But they would not declare political allegiances or frame their tradition as being inherently aligned with any particular faction's agenda, understanding that doing so would poison the well of their spiritual authority. This position frustrated those who wanted the Greybeards to be more politically engaged, who felt that defending Nordic culture required taking clear stances on the conflicts and power struggles shaping Skyrim's future. The criticism had merit in that pure neutrality could indeed enable injustice by refusing to acknowledge moral differences between competing positions. But the Greybeards maintained that their particular role was most valuable when it transcended immediate political divisions, that their ability to speak to fundamental questions about power and its proper use required not being captured by any faction's agenda, and that sacrificing long-term spiritual authority for short-term political advantage was a trade they refused to make. The practical effect of maintaining this position was that the Greybeards became increasingly isolated from active political discourse, even as questions about Skyrim's future intensified. They were respected but not particularly influential in determining outcomes, honored in theory, while ignored in practice by decision-makers who found their refusal to take sides unhelpful. This marginalization was painful for an order that understood itself as serving Nordic culture, watching that culture's direction being determined through conflicts and negotiations they had chosen not to participate in. Yet they held to their principles, trusting that the long view would vindicate their approach, even if short-term results seemed to suggest they had made themselves irrelevant. The Thalmor's explicit hostility to Tullus worship created particularly acute dilemmas for the Greybeards, as the question touched directly on theological matters within their area of concern, while also being deeply entangled with political conflicts they wished to avoid. The order had never centered Tullus in their teaching, the way some other Nordic religious institutions did, as their theology focused primarily on Kine and the voice's divine origins. But they recognized Tullus as legitimately divine, and found the Dominion's insistence that worship of him be suppressed to be both spiritually wrong and culturally oppressive. How to honor this conviction without becoming political actors in the conflict around Tullus worship proved extraordinarily difficult. The approach they developed was to continue their own observances and theological positions unchanged, while refusing to make them central to public identity or basis for political alignment. The Greybeards would acknowledge Talos when asked, but would not make defending his worship their defining cause, understanding that doing so would align them with Stormcloak rebellion and imperial resistance in ways that would compromise their neutrality on the broader political questions those movements represented. This nuanced position satisfied no one fully, appearing cowardly to those who wanted religious institutions to stand firmly for embattled beliefs, and appearing politically calculated to those who wanted clear moral stances regardless of consequences. The reality was more complex than either characterization captured. The Greybeards genuinely believed that maintaining their particular form of witness required not allowing themselves to be reduced to participants in factional struggles, even when those struggles involved questions they cared deeply about. They trusted that the long-term value of preserving an institution capable of speaking beyond political divisions outweighed the short-term costs of not fighting more vigorously for positions they held. Whether this calculus was correct remained genuinely uncertain, a judgment that would only be possible to evaluate fully from historical distance. The internal effects of external pressure on the Order's culture and practices were significant, if subtle. Living under sustained cultural assault, knowing that powerful forces were actively working to discredit and marginalize the tradition, created psychological burdens that affected how masters understood their work and their place in the world. Some responded by doubling down on traditional practices, becoming more rigid and less open to adaptation out of fear that any change would be perceived as capitulation to critics. Others moved in the opposite direction, becoming more defensive about the tradition's value and more eager to demonstrate relevance through engagement with contemporary concerns, sometimes at cost to the contemplative depth that was supposed to be their distinctive contribution. The healthiest response, which some but not all masters achieved, was to recognize the external pressure while refusing to let it determine their choices. To maintain practices because those practices were intrinsically valuable rather than to prove anything to critics. To adapt where adaptation genuinely improved the tradition rather than where it merely made them look better to hostile audiences. This required enormous psychological discipline, the capacity to distinguish between genuine insight about necessary evolution and reactive modification driven by external criticism. The Greybeards had spent centuries training to distinguish authentic inner voice from reactive impulses in the domain of physical speech. Now they had to apply that same discernment to institutional choices. The question of technological and magical advancement presented distinct challenges as Skyrim experienced waves of innovation that transformed daily life in ways that seemed to make traditional contemplative practices less necessary or relevant. Magical conveniences that had once been luxuries available only to the wealthy became increasingly accessible, reducing the hardship that had historically made Nordic culture value toughness and endurance. Communication magic and transportation enchantments shrank distances that had enforced isolation and forced self-reliance. The physical and psychological conditions that had made the Greybeard path feel natural and necessary to earlier generations were eroding. The Order had to grapple with whether their tradition could remain relevant in a world where the harsh realities that had shaped it were being progressively ameliorated through technological and magical means. If the brutal climb to High Hrothgar could be bypassed through transportation magic, if the monastery's isolation could be penetrated through communication spells, if the austerity that was part of training could be mitigated through material conveniences, what happened to the practices that depended on those hardships? Did the tradition need updating to work in softer conditions, or was the softening itself a problem that needed resisting? The Greybeards' response was characteristically both conservative and adaptive. The core training at High Hrothgar would remain unchanged, deliberately preserving the harsh conditions that had always been part of the path because those conditions served purposes that convenience could not replace. Struggle built character in ways that ease did not. Isolation created contemplative depth that constant connection prevented, material simplicity, focused attention in ways that surrounded comfort, dispersed. The monastery would not modernize or make itself more accessible through magical shortcuts, because accessibility was not the goal and shortcuts undermined what the training was trying to accomplish. However, the Order also recognized that the changing conditions required developing new practices and teachings that addressed challenges their tradition had not historically emphasized. If modern life's problem was not scarcity but abundance, not isolation, but hyperconnectivity, not material deprivation but spiritual emptiness, amid material plenty, then wisdom for navigating these conditions needed to be articulated explicitly, rather than assumed to be implicit in traditional teachings designed for different challenges. The Greybeards began developing teachings about finding silence amid noise, about creating voluntary simplicity amid abundance, about maintaining contemplative depth when external conditions made it easier than ever to avoid self-reflection. These new teachings represented genuine innovation rather than simple adaptation of old forms, and they proved valuable to people who would never pursue full voice training, but who recognized they needed practices for maintaining psychological and spiritual health in conditions of material comfort and technological convenience. The Greybeards discovered that their expertise in consciousness and attention, developed through work with the voice, translated surprisingly well to helping people navigate challenges that had nothing to do with dragon language, but everything to do with maintaining human wholeness under novel pressures. The relationship between the Greybeards and the Blades, another ancient order with connections to dragon history, evolved through cooperation and tension as their different approaches to dragon-related threats created both opportunities for alliance and sources of conflict. The Blades' traditional mission involved actively hunting and eliminating dragons, treating them as existential threats, requiring permanent suppression. The Greybeards' position was more nuanced, acknowledging that some dragons might need to be fought while also recognizing that wholesale extermination represented losing sight of important distinctions and potentially betraying the voice's origins in dragon language itself. The philosophical disagreement between the two orders reflected fundamentally different relationships with power and violence. The Blades embraced necessary violence as a tragic duty, accepting that protecting civilization sometimes required doing terrible things and carrying the moral weight of those actions. The Greybeards sought to avoid violence, except in the most extreme circumstances, believing that the costs of even justified violence extended beyond immediate tactical consequences to include psychological and spiritual damage that was rarely accounted for properly. Neither position was simply right or wrong. They represented different but legitimate approaches to impossible problems. The practical cooperation between the orders worked best when they respected these differences while finding common ground in shared goals. When specific dragons posed clear threats that needed addressing, the Blades' expertise in combat and dragon hunting complemented the Greybeards' knowledge of dragon language and psychology. When questions arose about whether particular dragons needed to be killed or could be negotiated with, the Greybeards' more nuanced approach balanced the Blades' tendency toward perceiving all dragons as threats. The relationship was never easy or comfortable, but it was functional when both sides approached it with humility about their own limitations. The tensions arose primarily when the Blades pressed the Greybeards to take more active roles in dragon elimination than the Master's principles allowed, or when the Greybeards' refusal to sanction killing dragons the Blades viewed as dangerous enabled threats that eventually materialized. Each order saw the other as simultaneously valuable ally and dangerous liability, creating dynamic that required constant negotiation and mutual forbearance. The fact that the relationship persisted despite these tensions testified to both orders, recognizing that they needed perspectives they themselves could not provide, that their different approaches were complementary rather than simply contradictory. The question of what would happen to the Greybeard tradition in the very long term, whether it could survive not just decades or centuries, but millennia of continued cultural evolution, weighed on the minds of the masters who thought in such expansive timeframes. Every tradition that had lasted millennia had done so through radical transformation that preserved essential spirit while changing almost everything else, and the Greybeards had to contemplate whether their tradition possessed the flexibility to undergo such transformation without losing itself. The alternative was eventual extinction, as all things not capable of adaptation eventually became irrelevant and died. The masters who contemplated this question most deeply concluded that the tradition's survival depended less on preserving specific practices than on maintaining commitment to the underlying principles those practices served. The voice might eventually cease being the primary vehicle for the teaching, If dragon language became truly lost, or if technological advancement created powers that superseded vocal reality manipulation, but the wisdom about restraint, about power's proper relationship to consciousness, about the necessity of discipline and the dangers of capability without character, these truths would remain relevant as long as beings existed who possessed power that could be used either responsibly or destructively. This realization was simultaneously liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it freed the Order from feeling that they had to preserve every specific practice exactly as received, allowing for adaptation that served essential purposes without betraying fundamental commitments. Terrifying because it meant that the way of the voice as they knew it might be only a temporary expression of something deeper, that future generations might carry forward the spirit of their tradition in forms so changed that current masters would barely recognize them. The work was not to prevent this transformation, but to ensure that when it came, it was guided by wisdom rather than driven by expedience or forgetting. The voices that shaped Skyrim during this period of pressure and uncertainty were not the ones that shouted loudest against threats or rallied populations to action. They were the ones that maintained steady presence amid chaos, that demonstrated through persistent example that some values transcended immediate circumstances, that proved day after day that humans could hold to principles even when doing so brought no obvious advantage, and invited attack from enemies who viewed such steadfastness as weakness. The Greybeards spoke these truths primarily through silence, through the quiet refusal to be who others demanded they become, through the stubborn maintenance of practices whose value was invisible to most, but essential to the few who understood what was at stake in the patient work of remaining human, while possessing power that made such humanity optional. The final chapters of the Greybeards' living history remain unwritten, unfolding in the present moment where past and future meet in the eternal, now that the masters have trained their entire lives to inhabit fully. High Hrothgar still stands on its mountain, the stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and footsteps, the halls echoing with the controlled breath of practitioners whose dedication spans from eager novices to ancient masters whose bodies have become almost translucent with age. The 7,000 steps still climb toward wisdom and discipline, each stone placed by hands long dead but maintained by those who understand that some paths must be preserved, not because they lead anywhere new, but because the walking itself transforms the walker. The contemporary Greybeards face a world that would be nearly unrecognizable to Jurgen Windcaller and his first students. Yet the fundamental challenges remain remarkably consistent across the millennia. How do you maintain discipline when immediate circumstances make discipline seem unnecessary? How do you preserve knowledge of power when demonstrating that power would compromise the principles governing its use? How do you serve a culture that increasingly questions whether it needs what you offer, that measures value in terms that make contemplative practice appear wasteful rather than essential? These questions have no permanent answers because they must be addressed anew by each generation in contexts that shift constantly while the underlying dynamics remain eternal. The voice itself persists as both practice and symbol, living tradition and cultural memory, actual capability and metaphorical representation of something larger than any specific technique. The masters who maintain High Hrothgar understand that the words of power they have spent decades mastering are simultaneously exactly what they appear to be, and also vessels for truths that transcend dragon language entirely. When a Greybeard speaks a shout with perfect clarity and devastating effect, they are demonstrating mastery of reality manipulation through vocalization. When that same Greybeard chooses to remain silent despite possessing that capability, They are teaching a lesson that applies far beyond the voice to every domain where humans must choose between what they can do and what they should do. The younger masters training now will inherit a tradition that has survived dragon tyranny, civil wars, cultural assaults, institutional pressures, and the simple erosion of time that wears away everything not constantly renewed through deliberate effort. They will receive not just techniques and practices, but the accumulated wisdom of countless individuals who struggled with similar questions in different contexts, who succeeded and failed in ways that shaped what the tradition became. The inheritance is simultaneously precious gift and crushing responsibility, as everything the order represents depends on each generation understanding deeply enough to preserve what matters while adapting boldly enough to remain relevant. The question of relevance itself has evolved in interesting ways as the Greybeards have gained historical distance from their origins. In Jurgen's time, relevance was obvious because the immediate crisis made the order's purpose self-evident. During the long, peaceful centuries, relevance had to be discovered in less dramatic but equally essential services the tradition provided. In the current era, relevance has become something the order must actively demonstrate, while also not compromising itself through desperate attempts to chase validation from audiences who may not be capable of recognizing value in forms that resist easy quantification. The masters have concluded that their relevance lies not in being popular or widely understood, but in maintaining practices and embodying values that parts of every generation will recognize as essential, even if the majority never does. The way of the voice is not, and was never meant to be universal path suitable for everyone. It is specialized training for individuals with particular callings, preservation of knowledge that is needed, rarely but becomes absolutely crucial in those rare moments, modeling of possibilities that most people will never pursue, but that expand everyone's sense of what humans can choose to become. The relationship between the Greybeards and the Dragonborn, assuming that unique individual story continued beyond Alduin's defeat, represents in concentrated form the tensions the Order navigates constantly. Here was someone who possessed voice abilities through nature rather than training, who could accomplish in moments what masters spent lifetimes developing, who proved capable of using the voice extensively without apparently suffering the corruption the Greybeards spent centuries preventing. The Dragonborn's existence challenged almost every assumption about why the way of the voice was necessary, suggesting that perhaps the elaborate disciplines were less essential than the Order believed. Yet the Greybeards also recognized that the Dragonborn was a singular exception, that attempting to generalize from one case whose circumstances were unprecedented would be profoundly unwise. The dragon's soul that made the Dragonborn unique also made their relationship with the voice fundamentally different from what any ordinary mortal would experience. Drawing conclusions about how regular humans should approach vocal power based on what the Dragonborn could do safely would be like concluding that anyone should be able to swim across an ocean because you once met a person who was actually a fish transformed into human shape. The comparison was not just flawed, but meaningless. What the Dragonborn story did offer was a reminder that the Greybeards' approach was not the only possible relationship with the voice, that their particular path represented one response to specific dangers rather than universal truth about how vocal power must be handled. This humility was important, preventing the Order from making claims about their way being the only way, while still maintaining that their way was the right way for the contexts and people they served. There is a difference between saying this is the only path and saying this is the path we have found works best for the challenges we face, and the Greybeards work to honor that distinction. The physical monastery itself has become palimpsest, layers of construction and reconstruction accumulating over centuries, until the building encodes history in its very stones. The oldest sections, dating to Jurgen's time, remain preserved at the core, their rougher construction and simpler design, marking them as originating in an era when the order was still defining itself. Surrounding these ancient chambers are additions from various periods, each reflecting the aesthetic and practical concerns of its time, each telling stories about what the order prioritized during different eras. Walking through High Hrothgar is walking through history, encountering the physical traces of decisions made centuries ago by masters long dead, whose wisdom still shapes the present. The archives have grown to fill entire chambers, carefully preserved texts and artifacts documenting millennia of practice and philosophy. Future scholars. If civilization persists long enough for there to be future scholars interested in such things, will find in these archives invaluable records of one tradition's long engagement with questions about power and consciousness and the proper relationship between them. But the archives also represent the limits of documentation, as the most important knowledge the Order preserves remains largely untransmitted through text, living instead in the bodies and minds of practitioners whose understanding comes from decades of direct experience that writing can reference but never fully capture. The gardens that some masters have cultivated on the mountain's harsh slopes, coaxing impossible growth from conditions that should not support life, serve as apt metaphors for the entire enterprise. The Greybeards are growing something that should not survive, maintaining practices and values that the ambient culture provides no natural support for, creating through deliberate sustained effort an environment where certain forms of human development can flourish despite everything working against them. Like the gardens, the tradition requires constant attention and care, and like the gardens, it produces beauty and nourishment that justify the effort even when no immediate practical benefit is apparent. The younger generation of Nords who will determine Skyrim's future carry their relationship with the Greybeards lightly, respecting the tradition in abstract ways, while often finding it difficult to see how it speaks to the actual challenges they face in daily life. This is both natural and appropriate, as the Order has never aimed to be constantly relevant to everyone but rather to remain available for those moments and individuals where their specific wisdom becomes suddenly essential. The test of the tradition is not whether it dominates cultural discourse, but whether it persists robustly enough that when someone needs what it offers, they can find it still being practiced by masters who know what they are doing. The prophecies and mysteries that swirl around the throat of the world, the suggestions that the mountain itself is sacred in ways that transcend the monastery built on its slopes, add layers of meaning that the Greybeards navigate with typical carefulness. They neither dismiss these mystical dimensions as superstition, nor embrace them so fully that they distort the practical work the Order exists to do. The voice may have cosmic significance. The mountain may be axis mundi, connecting earthly and divine realms. But these grand narratives do not change the immediate work of helping individual students learn to breathe properly and speak with intention. The cosmic and the mundane coexist, neither negating the other. The end of this history is not an end at all, but rather a recognition that the story continues, that the Greybeards will face challenges not yet imagined, using wisdom accumulated through millennia of responding to previous challenges, that the tradition will evolve in ways current masters cannot predict, while hopefully maintaining the essential commitments that make it what it is. The voice will be spoken, or it will not. Dragons will return, or they will not. Skyrim will honor its traditions, or it will abandon them. And through all of this, the Greybeards will persist in their work, because the work itself is the point, because the discipline of restraining power is valuable, regardless of outcomes. The secret history of the Greybeards, the full account of everything they have been and done and represented across the ages, is finally not secret at all, but simply vast, too large and complex and multifaceted to ever be captured in any single telling. Each master who has walked the path has added threads to a tapestry so immense that no one can see it whole. Each student who has spent years in silent contemplation has contributed understanding that enriches the collective wisdom in ways that cannot be reduced to simple lessons or moral conclusions. The tradition is not a monument to be observed, but a living practice to be entered, not a historical curiosity to be studied, but a continuing possibility for human transformation. For those who stand at the base of the 7,000 steps and contemplate whether to begin the climb, the Greybeards offer no promises except that the journey will be difficult and the destination will not be what they imagine. The voice they may learn to master will be powerful, but its power will be inseparable from the discipline that makes them capable of choosing not to use it. The wisdom they may gain will not provide easy answers, but will instead reveal how much more complex every question is than they initially understood. They will not emerge as heroes celebrated in songs, but as practitioners of an art whose highest expression looks like doing nothing at all. And yet, for those called to this path, there is no real alternative. Something in them recognizes that what the Greybeards offer is what they need, that the transformation available through this particular crucible is worth the cost it demands. They climb, not because they expect reward, but because they cannot not climb, because something essential to who they are, or who they hope to become, can only be found in the silence and discipline and relentless self-examination that High Hrothgar represents. The voices that shaped Skyrim, the secret history that this chronicle has attempted to illuminate, are finally not the dramatic shouts that brought down dragons or the legendary demonstrations of power that became the subject of songs. They are the quiet voices that chose restraint over demonstration, that practiced discipline when no one was watching, that maintained principles when circumstances made compromise tempting, that proved, day after ordinary day, that humans can be trusted with godlike power, because some humans will voluntarily choose to treat such power as sacred trust rather than personal resource. These voices spoke primarily through silence, through the disciplined non-action that required more strength than any shouting could demonstrate, through the patient transmission of wisdom across generations, despite knowing that most generations would fail to fully understand what was being offered. The Greybeards wait still in their mountain halls, and the wind that moves through the throat of the world carries their teaching to those with ears to hear it. The teaching is simple and impossibly difficult, ancient and forever new, specific to Nordic culture, and universal in its implications. Power exists to be restrained. Strength is demonstrated through gentleness. The loudest voice is often the weakest, while the whisper spoken with perfect intention can reshape worlds. Mastery consists of choosing not to act far more often than choosing to act. Wisdom is knowing the difference between what you can do and what you should do, and having the discipline to honor that distinction, even when no external force could prevent you from crossing it. This is the secret history of the Greybeards, the voices that shape Skyrim not through thunder, but through silence, not through conquest, but through restraint, not through imposing their will, but through demonstrating that will itself can be shaped and directed through practices that most will never understand or appreciate. The history continues in every breath held before speaking, in every word withheld that could have been spoken, in every moment when power remains unused, because using it would betray the principles that make power worth having. The Greybeards endure, and as long as they endure, Skyrim possesses a resource more valuable than any army or treasury, a living demonstration that humans can transcend their limitations, not by gaining more power, but by learning to hold the power they have with wisdom and humility, and reverence for the sacred responsibility that capability creates. The 7,000 steps climb still toward the monastery, where masters practice disciplines that transform human consciousness through work with reality-warping speech. The voice remains, sacred and terrible, gift from Kain and weapon against tyranny. tool of liberation and potential instrument of domination. The choice remains always present. In every moment, for every person who possesses any form of power, will you use what you have for your own advantage, or will you treat it as trust to be honored through restraint? The Greybeards have spent millennia demonstrating one answer to that question, and their demonstration continues in the present moment, shaping the future through their refusal to abandon principles regardless of cost, speaking truth through their sacred silence more eloquently than any words could ever convey. And so the story ends where it began. In the mountains of Skyrim, where masters dwell, who can kill with a word, but choose instead to whisper, who possess power that could rule kingdoms, but choose instead to serve through teaching, who know secrets that could grant them fame and influence, but choose instead to preserve those secrets in silence, and share them only with those prepared to honor them properly. The Greybeards wait, patient as stone, enduring as the mountain itself, and their waiting is not passivity, but the highest form of activity, the deliberate maintenance of possibility against the constant pressure of entropy and forgetting. They are the voices that shape Skyrim, and they remain. And as long as even one master holds the discipline and speaks the voice with proper reverence, the tradition persists as living possibility for anyone who climbs the steps, seeking not power, but wisdom, not capability, but understanding, not strength to dominate, but strength to restrain, which is finally the only strength that matters.